Hello guys and welcome to V8 TechWorks. So in today's video we are going to continue building this full stack parcel delivery system. This is part 2 of this project. So if you haven't watched the other part of the video, make sure that you go back, watch the other video part 1 so that you can be able to understand what we are going to build from now here. So let's get into the tutorial. Remember to like and also subscribe to this YouTube channel and also turn on the notification bell. Let's get into the tutorial now. Hello and welcome back. So today we are going to continue building our admin dashboard, and right here in the other video we created the parcels page here. So if you click here, you'll be able to see this all parcels page, and also if you come back here to the users, you can be able to see that we have users listed here. So in today's video we're going to continue, and when you click on this parcel here and then click this new parcel here, you need to go to a page where you'll be able to create a new parcel. So let's try and start by pushing our code here to our GitHub, as we are doing in every video. So this one here, first of all I'll clear it, and I'll do git branch like that, and here you can be able to see that we are in this branch that is called admin. So I'm going to do git commit here, and then dash actually I want to first of all add all the files that we changed in the last video. So here also I'm going to commit now, and here I'm going to add created something like parcels and users page like that. And then now I can be able to commit that. I'm going to push now. So git push origin, and right now we are pushing admin branch because that's the branch that we are working on. So after that I can enter my passphrase like that, and then after that now we'll be able to push our code. So just like that. So I'm going to come here and into my GitHub. Now again, also remember we are doing pull request, and if you don't understand what you are doing, you can go back to the last video and watch, so that we be on the same page. So here I have this repository where we are pushing our code. I'm going to compare and pull request here, and then the other thing is that create a pull request. I'm going to merge now with our master branch. So it is checking for ability to merge automatically, and then here I can merge pull request, and then I can confirm merge, and that's the only thing that we need to do right here. So I'm going to close this, and then the other thing is that now I'm going to check if I have those that new parcel page, that is, and right here I want to push this down so that we have a space where we can work in. So here also I have this page here that we are calling new parcel. Let me close users and the parcels here. And the other thing is that also remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also make sure that you turn on the notification bell. Let me know how this project is taking you in comment section. Let me know how also that how I can improve it also, and let me know what you expect by finishing this project. So that is it. Let me now continue creating my project. So here I have this one that we are called app.jxx, and here is where we have this path, and where we actually make sure that we direct, or where we just add the paths to certain pages. So right here I'm going to copy this actually like that, and then I'm going to paste it here. So there are several things that I'm going to change here. So here I'm going to say new parcel like that, and then the other thing here is that I'm going to call a page called new parcel, so you can be able to see it. So I'm going to import it. Actually I have not been able to import it. So new parcel, you can be able to see it there. So I was able to import it, but mistakenly I imported this. So I'm going to remove that and save here. So I have that page. I have indicated that I have this page here, new parcel, or I have given it this path. So let's try and visit this new parcel route here. And or the other thing that also I'm going to do is that I think I have a new user here, so let me also make sure that I add that path here. So new user here, we are going to call it new user. So new user, and then actually this one, let me use small letters here. I want to import new user page, that is, so new user. Let me just have a new user here, so I cannot be able to see the new user page here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to import it direct, so new user, and I'm going to confirm if it is new user here. So yeah, so I'm going to import it direct. So here I'm going to come here, import this, or copy this first of all, and then I'm going to add it here, new user, and this one is from new user page, and then new user, you can be able to see that it is there. So I'm going to save that, and now I'm going to go to my parcels here, and here I can be able to use link and go to new parcel. So here, remember, we have this button that is new parcel. So I'm going to cut everything here, and I'm going to import link from React Router DOM. So you can be able to see that. So I have imported it, and now inside here is where we are going to add now the button. Here I'm going to add to, or the to each path. So here is to new user, new parcel, actually not new user, like that. Also I'm going to do the same for users here. So if I have here users, I'm going to come here and cut everything here, and then here I can be able to import a link from React Router DOM, like that. Actually I have done a mistake here. Let me just add here. So this one, I'm going to import it from React Router DOM. The other thing is also I'm going to paste now this button here, and this one will be to which path. So the path here will be the path to, let's say, new user, like that. So let me save this, and also this here. If I save these two pages, and I'm going to demonstrate now, if I come here and click new user, you'll be able to see that I'm directed here to new user, and here we have this text, and you cannot be able to see it because it's dark. So also if I come to users here and try to go to new users here, you can be able to see that we have new user page here. So let me go to new parcel page. So here I'm going now to design that page. So I'm going to close this and this. So I'm going to open new parcel here. So let me remove this text here, like that. And also now here I can be able to just now be able to design here. So now here I can be able to say class name, and then here I can just first of all make sure that I add the margin. So first of all, so the margin of 20 or 30 pixels, like that. Also the other thing that I want to add here is background color, and we are going to have a background color of white, like any other or those other pages. So the padding here should be 20 pixels, and then inside here I will have another div. So this div here, so this div, or actually make sure first of all before that I have a heading here. So I'm going to use header 2, and here I'll just add this to new parcel, like that. Here I'm going to now style this. So class name here, so class name here I'm going to add font is semi-bold, like that. Also I think that we can just leave it like that, and then here inside we are going to have this folder here, or this this div. So here I'm going to have class name, and then here I can add it to be flex. Inside it now, this is where we are going to have another div, yeah, And actually I think these divs are so many, so I think we can just let me see here. So I think this, we should not have all these divs. So if I click new users here, or this new parcel, so I think let's just add it. So here we have now the first part here. So this one will be flex here. So here also I can be able to have a div. So this div here will be holding, or will be, let me first of all have it like a class name here, and then here I can add the margin to be 20 pixels like that. Now the other thing is inside here, now this is where we are going to have let me just add here. Now here we are going to have now the label and the input. So like that, here I'm going to add the class name here. So class name should be a class name of, let's say here we are going to have a flex. It will be flex column like that. And also we are going to have margin vertical to be 20 pixels like that. So inside here I'm going to have a label. So a label. So this label here we are going to add like a label, and that one will be from. And then the input here we are going to have an input. So here is where we are going to have the text, where we enter the text. So here is a placeholder. So we are having placeholder here, and I can add an Ontario USA like that. So I want to show you how this one looks like. And before that also I want to make sure that I add here class name, and then let's see how this one looks like. So if I come back to my project, you can be able to see that we have this from, then Ontario USA. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to design now my input. So I'm going to give it a border of 2, and then I'm going to give that border color. So color here will be just a dark color. So this one #555 like that. Also I'm going to say that border solid, that border should be solid like that. And then here I'm going to have just a padding, so a padding of 10 pixels. And then the last thing here is the width, and the width here should be a width of 300 pixels. So if I just save that and then come back here, you'll be able to see now we have this input. So let's go back, and then here I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to paste it several times. So let me paste it another times, like how many times, let me see. So I'm going to paste it how many times, 1 2 3 4 5. So I think another 2 times like that, like that. So now let me just make sure that we have from here, and then also we are going to have 2 here, just like that. So this one will be 2, and then this one 2, and then 2 here we can say Michigan, something like that. So this one will be Michigan USA. And then also here we can have something like the sender name. So here we have sender name. So let me try and make sure that I do this faster. So sender name here. So the sender name here we can say something like James Doe. So James Doe. So here also we are going to have recipient name. So recipient name here we can add. Okay, so this is a recipient name. Recipient name here. So this one we can add any other name also, like let's say Jane Doe. Like that. Also we are going to have now the other part here, which is after recipient name we can have so sender email. So recipient sender email. So let me add here sender email, and this one we are going to have as James Doe at gmail.com. And then now the other thing here is that we can have another part here like that, and then this one will be recipient. Let me add here recipient email just like that, and then this one will be Jendo at Gmail. So Jendo at gmail.com. And then I think that's okay now. So here I want to first of all format this, and I'm going to copy here. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this from here. So let me copy it like that until here. So like that, I'm going to copy it and then I'm going to paste it here. So let me see how it looks like. So if I come back here, you can see we have also this part and this part. So here we need to have weight, cost, and date. So this from here. So sender name to from. So here we need to have something like, let me just check here. So we are going to have weight. So weight here, and then the weight here we can add the weight to be something like 20 grams, and then this one actually 200 grams, and then here we can just add this to be a number because this will be a number. Also here we can have cost, and the cost here we can add the cost to be how many dollars, let's say 200 or just like that. Also the other thing that we can be able to make sure that we change here is this should be a number rather than text. And then also we need to have date. So let me add the date here. So the date, and then here I need to change this to date. So like that. So I think that's over here. So we need to have now the text area. So this one will be, I'm going to add this as a note, and then here I can just add let's say text. This one should be text area. So text area like that. And then also here I can just be able to add now. Let me see how we are able to do our text area. So our text area, we can have the name, or just let me just add a placeholder here to be perishable goods. The other thing is here we can have like maybe something like height. So let me do that. So we can have the height, or even we can just leave it like that. I think that would be okay. So I'm going to remove these extra ones here, and we are going to have a button here. So let me see first of all how it looks like. So it's almost this, it is looking nice. So here I'm going to add now this button. So here let me just add that. So button, and then here we can add create. So let me just make sure that I style this. So class name here, the class name, we are going to give it a color here to be #1E. So 1E, 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 just like that. And also here we can have cursor to be pointer. So this one, we are going to have the text to be white, and then the padding here should be a padding of, let's say, something like 10 pixels, and then the width here should be a width of, let's say, 300 pixels, just like that. And then now we have finished our new parcel page. So I'm going to format this like that. So here you can be able to see how great it looks. So the other part, or the other thing that we need to design, is this new user here. and this would be a very simple since we have created something that look like this one here. So I'm going to go to new user, and here it will be a simple task because I can copy this. Let me just actually copy here like that, and then I can copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. And then this one we can have a div that is closing, so to make work easier, so div like that. So here this one is new user, so new user. The other thing that we need to have here, let me check. So here we can just have this div like that, copy this, and then paste it inside here like that. So this one now will be just, let me see. So this will be full name. So this is full name. And then here also for the placeholder we can add that. So this one will be James Doe. So James Doe like that. Also here, let me just format this, and then here I can copy this like that, and then paste it here. So the other part here is email. So the email here is the email for James Doe. So James Doe at gmail.com. So the other thing inside here is that you can paste another thing. Let me see here, James Doe. And then we can have the age here. So this is the age. So age, and then this is number. So this is number here, like that. And then we are going to have the other thing that we are going to have here is the placeholder, which is 30. Let's add here to be 30. And then let's have another one here. Let me check this one. So this is country, and then we are going to have address. So the country here, country just like that, and also this country we can say this is Australia. So Australia like that. And then also we can have the address here. So let me just copy paste here. This is address. So let me have that here. Address, this one we can just copy here. So let me see, cannot be able to copy this. So I'm going to come here to actually, let me add here Rauda Avenue. So Rauda Avenue, and then this is in Australia. Let's add that like that. And then now we are going to have the last thing, which is the button. So this one here we need now the button. So let me copy from the other previous code. So let me just come here and copy this like that. I'm going to paste it here, and then now that's okay. Now we can format my code. If I come here to this part here to my code, and then go to users, and then come to new users, you can be able to see that we have those pages. So the other thing that I want to design in this project is my login page. So if I go to login here like that, you'll be able to see that we have this page that is called login. What we are going to do, let me see how the login page looks like. So you can see we only have a footer, we don't have a navbar, and we have this part where we have this text and this login page here. So let's do that. So I'm going to just close this and open login. So I'm going to come here to login, and I'm going to remove this styling first of all here. So, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is to import. So I'm going to import my footer down here. So let me have footer. So from the components here, and just like that. So if I save this and then come back here to my my code, you can be, or to this application, you can see we have the footer. So now let's try and continue having another div here. So this div here will be, so here this one, we are going to have a div inside here, and this div we can be able to style it. So this one, we have a class name. We are going to have a height here of 80 vh, like that. Also, the other thing we are going to have is flex. Then items here will be center, and then also we are going to have justify content. So justify content to be evenly, yeah. And then padding, so let's have a padding of 50 pixels. And then the other thing we can have here is text should be gray, and then 300 right there. So now the other thing that I can do here is that now this part we can have another div. Actually there we need to have two divs. So this div here will hold the text. So we'll hold this text and the image. So let's do that. So here I can have the header to here, and here we can have send it admin, just like that. So let me make sure that I style this using class name. So class name here, we are going to have a text, and then here we are going to have like a text that is almost here, that is this color, so D9, and then here we can have the font to be semi-bold, and then the last thing that we are going to have here is a text of font size will be 35 pixels, just like that. So if I just come back to my application here and check, you can be able to see that we have this text. So the other thing that we need here is let me just have the image here down here. So we have the image, so let me have the image here. So this one, the image is from hero.png, and then also here, let me see how it looks like. So if I come back here, you can be able to see that we have this send it and this part here. So we need to design now the other part, which is this login part here. So I'm going to have another div inside here. So have a div. So this one here, we are going to have a class name, and then this class name here is we are going to have a height of 450 pixels, and then the width here also. So we have a width of, let's say, 450 pixels again, and then also we can have the background color of its will be of like a yellow color. So here we can have I don't want this, so this one will be E and then 9, and then also we having another E, which is, and then actually let me just have EB and then 77, like that. So the other thing that we are going to have here is we are going to add rounded MD, so just like that. And then now inside here we need now to create those inputs, but first of all you can see how it looks like. So here we are going to have an input, so an input, and then an input here we are going to have a, let me add the class name, or a class name here. So and a placeholder, so let me also have a placeholder here which says enter email, enter email, I think, yeah, enter your email here, enter your email. And then here now let us make sure that we style our input. First thing that we need to have is we are going to have it to be flex, we are going to have items to be center. Also the other thing is justify will be center, and then background color here will be background color of white. So the other thing is a padding of 20 pixels. Then we have the width of 350, 350 pixels, and then the margin, we are going to have a margin of 10%, and then we are going to have outline to be none. Outline will be none here, just like that. So let's see how it looks like. So if I go back here, you can be able to see we have enter your email. So we are going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it down here. And then this one, I'm going to change it to enter your password. Enter your password like that, and then also this one will be password, so that when the admin is typing the password, you cannot be able to see it. And to show you is that here you can be able to see that you cannot be able to see the password, but here you'll be able to see the email that you are typing. So the other thing now here, we need to have the what you are calling the button to click here. So I'm going to make sure that I'm going to copy it from here. So copy this button. So copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. So paste it here. So this one will be login. So login like that, and then I'm going to save this format the code. So I'm going to save this, and then here you can see we don't it doesn't have the way we want. So I'm going to be able to style this. So I'm going to remove everything here. So let me just make sure that I remove everything here. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to have a background like that. I'm going to have the width to be 150 pixels. Then the other thing is a padding of, let's say, 15 pixels. We are going to have a text of white like that, text of white, and then we are going to have a font of semi-bold like that, and then we are going to have a text of 18 pixels. So 18 pixels. And then the last thing that we are going to have here is we are going to have a margin, the same margin of 10%, 10% like that. So let's see. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to go back here, and you can be able to tell that we have the login here. Now that is it. So the last thing that we need to create is the detail page for our parcel, and we are going to do that in a moment. So I'm going to come here and check for the parcel, and then parcel ID. If I do that, you'll be able to see that we have this page that we called. When you come here to the parcel and when you click edit, you'll be able to be redirected to this page here, where it has, like, you'll be able to see like the ID, the parcel, and then the ID of that parcel. So to create this page, it will be very easy, and that's because it will be almost similar to a new parcel here. So I'm going to copy this. So let me copy all of this here from here. Me copy it until here like that. So I'm going to copy this, and then the other thing is I'm going to cross this login here. I'm going to open now the page that we are calling parcel here. So let me make sure that I add the code here, first thing first. And then the other thing that I'm going to do here is that I'm going to remove this this part here, that we have this div. So if I do that, I can come up, I can come down here. So let me see. So we have the recipient email, and also we have this. So I'm going to remove also that, and then also these two here, I'm going to remove them just like that. So let me save this. I'll be showing you why I'm doing this. So here we have update. So update. And then the other thing that here you can be able to see that we are going to have this one that has two here, sender name and recipient sender, to sender, and then the recipient here. So let me see what is going on here, so that I can copy this. So let me just copy this. We have from, and then we have to here, and then here I can just add this to be a flex column. So let me just come here, and also this I add here parcel like that. I can just come back here and can be able to see that you can see here, this is where we are going to to create or to write whatever we want to update, and then the other side here. So let me check also how for this page it looks like. So if I come here to the parcels, and then actually let me try and see here for example, for this one here, let me try and see. You can see here we have this part, and actually it is just, let me just make sure that it was the way I pasted it here, because I can see where the error is. So if I come back here now to this project here, you can be able to see that it is almost look like this one. And then the last thing that we are going to do here is that we are going to change this to the update. So here for this button is update. So update, and then here we are going to have another div. So this div, so let me check here if this div will be where we are going to create this div. So we are going to have a div. Let me just check here. So you're going to have a div right here. So let me have a div here, and then here we can have other details. So for example, you can see here we are having this feedback. So let me do that. So we have inside here we have feedback. So actually I can just first of all make sure that I style this. So class name, and then here we can have flex, and then here also we can say flex column, just like that. So here we can have h2. So this h2 here we can add, we can leave a feedback here, we can have a feedback, and let me see where this will appear. So this one is yeah, you can see how where it is. So the other thing that we need to do here is to style this. So I'm going to have a class name here, and this class name we are going to have this and give this font of semi-bold, font semi-bold. Here we are going to have a span, so a span here, and this one we are going to add something like goods received in good condition, like that. And then the last thing that we are going to have here, or let me first of all check. So you can see good received in good condition. The last thing that I'm going to have here is a span. So this span here we can have, let me see what we can add it here. So let me see what, or this here I can just add delivered. So, or maybe pending, considering that that parcel if it's delivered, or also if it is pending. So I'm going to add here class name, and then here I can say text here should be green. Let me add green, and then 500. The other thing that I'm going to have here is the font size. So this one will be 18 pixels, just like that. And then here I can be able to save this. So format, and then if I save this and go back here, be able to see now this is our detailed page, or parcel detailed page. So I'm going to continue now to the front side. So if I come here and open this diagram here, you'll be able to see that we already have created now our admin dashboard here, and we have left with our front end here. So let me just come here now, And then the last thing that we are going to do, let's just go to our login. So we have all pages that we want for our admin right here. So what I'm going to do is that, because I have finished creating admin side here, I'm going to just push my code. So I'm going to add git add here, just like that. I'm going to commit. So git commit -m, and here I'm going to write finished working on admin dashboard, like that. And then I'm going to push now the code origin admin. So let me push this now. I'm going to add my passphrase now. So my passphrase here, and then the last thing, now we can just come here after it has been pushed. Let's come here to my GitHub, and then here in my repos, I'll be able to see that I have this full stack parcel delivery system, and here you can be able to see that you need to have a notification, of which right now I don't have it. So I don't know why I don't have that. Let me see if yeah, it should be here updated now. So we need to have that notification here, but we don't have it. But don't worry, that we're going to see if it is a problem in the next video. So now let me just save this and make sure that also I create another branch. So let me come here and let me just see the command that I used. So here, because you can see we have these branches, I'm going to create another branch now, because now we are going to work on our front end. So we are going to have this branch that is called front end, and I'm going to switch to it. So git checkout to front end here, like that. And then when I check here git branch, you can be able to see that now we are on this branch that is highlighted using green here, and it is called frontend. So that is it. Let me end this video here. Thank you. If you have come to this far, make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel, like this video, and also turn on the notification bell, and make sure to leave a comment. See you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So in the last video, we created our admin dashboard, as you can see here. So this is our admin dashboard, and we completed creating this admin dashboard. So the other thing that we are going to build now, and the last part, is this front end here. And I'm so excited if you have come to this far, because now we are going to finish our project by building our front end here. And also after that, now we do the integration, where we be able to integrate our backend here with our front end, and also with our admin here. So I'm going to take this line here and also cancel the front end here, because this is the part now that we are going to work on. So if you haven't seen the other videos where we have created our database, our backend here, our background services, and our admin, just go back and watch those videos, so that when we come back to this video, we will be on the same page. This is a very interesting project, and if you go systematically, you'll be able to understand every part of this application. So now let's get into this part where we are calling the front end, and start creating a React app for our front end. But before that, also don't forget to subscribe to my YouTube channel, like this video, and also share it if you can, and also comment. So now let's do that. So here I have already opened my code here. So what I'm going to do is that, as you in the last video, you used React and also Tailwind CSS. So that's what we are going to do in our front end. So here I'm going to close this admin part here, and I'm going to concentrate on my front end here. Also, let me make sure that I close these pages here, like this one here, everything here. So, and then I'm going to close this folder like that. I'm going to also make sure that I delete this front end here, because I'm going to create it where I'm installing React with Vite. So I'm going to move it to recycle bin, just like that. And then now what I'm going to do is that actually, let me see here if this dashboard is running, admin dashboard. So I'm going to open a new terminal here. So let me see if my application is still running here. So my application is not running right now. Let me check here also in my, let me see here. So let me just come here, and in this part here, let me just try and rerun this. So it is still running. I don't know where it's running. So let me just come here and maybe look if this terminal, there's any terminal here that is running. So yeah, it is this one. So I'm going to close this application like that, and also I'm going to just close it here in my browser, just like that. And then also here I want to make sure that I close this like that, so that we can have a space where we are where we can work with. So here you can see we have this front end here. This is the for the other project that I used as a demo. So let's try and now install our React. So where you need to make sure that you come is here in our docs. So this doc here is how you can be able to install Tailwind in React, and also using Vite. So right here you can see these commands, and I did this in the last video, so I'm not going to explain a lot in this video because this is something that we have already done. And if you don't understand, you can go back to where we started creating our admin dashboard. So I'm going to copy this, and let me open here another terminal. So I think this one here. So I'm going to cd into admin, sorry, actually not admin. I'm just going to make sure that I paste this command here. But now here I'm going to change this from my project to front end, because that's how our project will be called, and the folder. So then you can click enter. So the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that we install Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to copy this second terminal here like that, and then let me just go back. So here it is asking me if it will continue. Yes. So it is installing everything, front end like that. So you can see here it is asking me to cd into front end. So I'm going to do that. So like that. And also if you check here, if you have installed, now the other thing that you need to do is to cd into your project. So that's what we are going to do. Also I'm going to paste here now this command for installing Tailwind CSS, and also we are going to init the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to copy this. So after we have finished installing Tailwind CSS, also we are going to make sure that we have done this or we have used this npx tailwind init -p command. So that is it. So this is like just repetition. So this is taking time, so we can just relax, and then when it is has finished installing, then we can continue with our video. As you can see here, we have installed the Tailwind. So the other thing is to actually make sure that we npx tailwind init -p, and this will take a very short time. So then the other thing that we need to do is to make sure that now we come up here, and you'll be able to see that we have this front end here. And if you check now, we have some files inside here. This is where our project has been installed. So there are several things that also we need to do. For example, first thing, we need to come to tailwind.config.js and add this code here under content. So I'm going to copy this, and then here in our Tailwind, so check here tailwind.config.js, and inside here now what we are going to do is to add that command there. So I'm going to save this, and the last thing that we need to do is to come into index.css here, and also add this code here up on that file of index.css. So let me do that. So under index.css, so index.css is inside here, this one here. So here I'm going to add now this line of commands here, just like that. So let me also initialize this command, this application, sorry. So I'm going to cd into front end. So I'm going to get into front end here, and I'm going to run npm run dev, just like that. So let's see. So while it is running front end here, let's see also that everything is okay. So as you can see here, it will be loading, and then you'll be able to see that our application will be running on this port here. So let me just open here. So let me cancel this. So follow link. So I can follow link here. And then here you'd be able to see that our application will be working just right. So you can see Vite plus React here, and you can see now this is our application. So I'm going to close this install Tailwind CSS here. So let me just also go back to my code here. I'm going to push this down so that we can have somewhere that we can work in. But before that, actually, the other thing that I can do is to make sure that I install React Router DOM. So I'm going to get into frontend again. So like that. And then I'm going to do npm install React Router DOM. React Router DOM, just like that. And then now after it is installing here, the other thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that we remove everything inside here. And to do that also, I want also to change the title here. If you can see here, we have Vite plus React. I want this to read send it. So this is inside now index.html here. So here I'm going to change this title to send it. So let me add it as send it, like that. Or maybe it should just be like that. So I'm going to close this. Also, if you can check here into your app.jsx here, you'll be able to see that this has a boilerplate code. So I'm going to remove everything here because we are not going to use anything inside here. So I'm going to remove everything like that. Also, I'm going to remove this like that, everything that we are not going to use like that. So yeah, I'm going to format my code. And now if I save this and go back to my application, you'll see that we don't have any code right here. So now the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that we don't have default styling, because if I come here inside and then say something like h1 and then something like hello, or maybe hello user, hello user, just like that. And then if you save this here, you'll be able to see that this it has a default styling. For example, you can see is as if we have default margin and padding. So I'm going to get into this CSS here. And the other thing that I'm going to do here is that I'm going to remove everything here from this part where we have this or the link, and then here I'm going to remove everything. And if I save again and check, you'll be able to see that we don't have that default margin and padding. So also I want to test if my Tailwind is working. So I'm going to come into this app.jsx, and then here I'm going to add something like a class name, and I'm going to change the color text to be yellow, just like that. Let's see. So this one should be working, or something like 500, something of the sort. So let's see if it's working. So yeah, you can see that our application is working. And let me also change this to be yellow, just yellow. So I think there's no color. You cannot be able to change the color, just like that, or it's just okay. So now we can continue now with the application here. And then let me first of all close this, and also this Tailwind config here. So now the other thing that you need to notice is that our application should have several pages. For example, if you come here, this is our home page, but when you click on this button here, you'll be redirected to this login page here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going first of all to configure those pages. And in the other video, I already showed you how to do that, and that's why I have install this React Router DOM here. So I'm going to just push this down, and I'm going to import now. What I'm going to do here is that I'm going to import, let me just come here and import several things. First thing that I'm going to import, and I'm going to import this from React Router DOM here. So the first thing that I'm going to import is create browser router, like that. The other thing is router provider, just like that. And also the other thing is you can say navigate here, or maybe even we can just leave navigate for now. So something of the sort. Now the other thing that I need to do is, because I'm configuring several pages that we are going to have using now React Router DOM inside here source, I'm going to create another folder that where we are going to have pages. Also, I'm going to have another folder here that will have components, so like that. So for now, let me start by having like a component. For example, here we are going to have navbar. So navbar.jsx, just think something like that. And here we are going to use RFCE. You know what RFCE means. So it is creating these pages. So let me remove this, and then I can save that and close that first of all. Also inside here, I can be able to make sure that I add something like a footer. So this is, we are going to use them also. Here we are going to have a footer, and we are going to use RFCE like that. And then I'm going to remove this here. So then here I can save that. Also, then the other thing that I'm going to do here is to have now the pages. For example, we are going to have a page called login. So we are going to have a login here .jsx. This is a page here. So this one we are going to use RFCE to create the page that way. So, and then the other thing that we are going to have inside there in our pages is that we are going to have a home page. So .jsx, like that. And also inside here we can have several other pages. For example, we are going to have another page that is called my parcel. So my parcel, so all my parcels .jsx. So here we are going to have RFCE like that. So let me also remove this. So also let me save this. I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. Let me also close this, and then we have this. So here also we have other page, like another page that we are going to have is parcels. So your parcels also. So I think I think parcels is okay. So here we are going to have my, or the parcels, something like parcels like that .jsx. So I'm going to use RFCE here. So create that page also, and then we are going to have now the last page, and the last page here, it will be, we are going to call it parcel, because here is where you are going to see the details of one parcel if you are a user. So .parcel.jsx, and then here we can have RFCE again, so that we have created that. So now let me format this, or let me delete that, and then save this. Here also I'm going to save this also. So now we are going to make sure that we can be able to create now our pages and configure those pages, and it's very simple using React Router DOM. So now I want you to notice something. If I come here to my application and try to go to for example, say login, here we cannot be able to see it because it will be stick to this home page here. We cannot be able to at least go to another, like my parcels, So as you can see here, that means that we need also to be able to know how to create multiple pages for our application, and that's what we are going to do. So here, the first thing after we have imported create browser router and also router provider, the other thing that we are going to do here is to make sure that we have created the router. So I'm going to do const and then router here, and then this router here we are going to create using create browser router, just like that. Also we are going to use now here you can see we have a router, and inside here you can see we have this create this function called create browser router, and it accepts the array as an argument. And here now this is where we are going to have objects like the path and also the element which are pages. So for example, if I want to go to here, if I want to go to this homepage, that will be the router or the root page. Here I'm going to add the element, just like that. Here we are going to have to just add our home. So if I visit route or the default route, here we are going to have our home. So we are going to be served with our home page. So here I need to have a home, and then here I'm going to import it like here from we are going to go up one step and then get into the pages, and then here you can see we have home. So just like that. And then the other thing that we are going to do is I'm going to make sure that also we have the others like here. So for this one here will be /login. So /login here, and here we are going to have element or the page here as let's say the login page. So login here, and I can see that cannot be able to make sure that we import it automatically, so we are going to import it manually. So this home page here that is called login, so let's import now login. So you can call it either login page or login, the way you want. So here we need to have dash pages. We have pages here and then login, just like that. So here now you can see now we have two pages. So before I continue, now we need to add here, we need to make sure that here now we return something else. For example, here we need to return, let's return router provider. So you can see router provider here, and then we need to close it like that. But here it need to have a router, which you are going to serve this router with the router that we have provided up there, just like that. And then now this will this should work now. So I'm going to come here to my application, and if I reload here, we need to see something like okay, we don't have a parcel. So let me try and reload here. So if it reloads here, you can see that we are not able to see anything. So that means there is an error. So let me try and see here, inspect. So we are going to inspect here, and I think there is error. I think in console here we have some error. So you can see here the requested module source, then the pages home here, it is not does not provide an export named default. So I know where the problem is, so let's try and make sure that we do that. So here I have not included a page or a component. So let me just remove this. That I think now it should work. So this one should solve the problem, I think. So yeah, you can see already now it's working fine. So if I visit now the home page here using the route page, you can see that we are served with home. If I try to now go to login, here we are going to see that we are on our login page here. So if you check here, that's what we have done. So for our app dot here, for our app dot JSX, you can see we have created now 2 pages. So if we can also create other pages here, right here. So I'm going to copy this here, and I'm going to paste it here. So we need here to be having, let's say we have a login, we have my parcels. So for my parcels here, like that, here we need to import now my parcels. So if I do that, I think it should be able to have that. So I'm going to import it manually. I don't know why it is not able to import it automatically. So this is my parcel, all my parcels. Let me see how I called it here. So my parcels. So this is my parcels here, like that, and then this one is from now the what we are calling my parcels. So my parcels here, just like that. So yeah, now the other thing is that we can import parcel. So parcel here from now these pages, and then parcel, you can be able to see it right there. So and then the last one here is parcels. So parcels, like that, and this one is from now, let me just add here pages, and then also we need to go to parcels. I think so. I think that's the now how we need to import them. So now we can create pages for them. So for example, here for my parcels, you will be able now to see it here. I can add it there. So the other thing is, let me just add the path here. So right now we need to have a path for my or the parcel here, and then we need to have like an ID. So an ID, just like that. Here we need to add that parcel like that. Then the last thing here is let me add here, well, the last thing is we are going to have all parcels, and here we can have now the parcels page. So like that, and then now it's over. So that's how we are able to create now the multiple pages using the router DOM. So here I want to format my code. I think that's now nice. Now we can continue building our application. To do is that we are going to continue now building our application. So you can see here, this is the home page. So in our home page, we have the navbar that you can see up here. We have this page here that we are calling home page. This part here just showing us, okay, let me just go back. So this part here that we are calling simple, or this part that you have, these are simple, fast and reliable parcel delivery system text, and also we have this image, and now we have also the footer down here. So let's do that. So I'm going to come here, and in my code here I want to open, let me close this first of all. I'm going to just have home here, and the other thing that I'm going to open is my navbar, because here is where I'm going to create now the navbar. So let's do that. So now the other thing that I need to do, if you check here in the navbar, you can be able to see that we have a logo, and also we are going to need this image. So let me just make sure that I have them in my code. So inside here, the public. So I'm going to come here in the downloads. So in the downloads here, I'm going to take this logo and also this image here. So I'm going to drag them and make sure that they are in this public here, just like that. So now after that, now I can be able to create the navbar here. So this will be quite simple because our navbar doesn't have a lot of things. If you check it, you'll be able to see that it has image and also this button here that has login. So this is very simple. So let's do that. So here the first thing that I'm going to have here is to style it. So I'm going to have a class name here. I'm going to have it as having a height of 100 v or 100 pixels, sorry. So the other thing that I'm going to have here is a background color. So a background color here should be this almost like maybe yellow color. So here EB, and then the last thing that we are going to have here is 77, so this color here. And then the other thing that you are going is to make sure them that they are horizontal, and then we have items to be center. And the last thing that we can have is justify content should be between here so that they be pushed apart. And then also we can have a padding x of 10, I think so. Yeah, so if I now come inside here, so here we can have, now here we can have like a image now. So let's have image. So image, you are going here to have a logo.png, and then here we can have the height. You can specify the height. Height here should be height of 200 pixels, and then also we are going to have the width of 200 pixels. So 200 pixels, and the other thing is, I think that's okay, I think so. So now the last thing that you are going to have is actually, because I need you to see what I'm doing, I'm going to import now my navbar inside now the home page here. So let me do that. So navbar, yeah, you can be able to import it from the components. So like that, so you can see that it has been imported here up, and now we can save this. And then the other thing that we need to do is that also I can save this so that you can be able to see what I'm doing. So if I come back, you'll be able to see that let me just go back to my home page. So if I do that, you can be able to see that let me do that. You can see that we already have created this logo here, and also have this navbar here. So we have a button here, so a button, and this button here will just say login, and then we can be able to style it. So let me add here class name, and then here we can have a background color. So this background color here, we are going to use 1E, just just a black color. Also we are going to have a padding. So a padding here should be 10 pixels. The other thing is we are going to have a text to be gray, and then 100. The other thing is or 300 actually. We are going to have a cursor to be pointer. So cursor to be pointer, and then the last thing that we are going to have is a border should be none. And then also the width here should be having a width of, let's say, 100 pixels. So here 100 pixels, like that. So if I now save this and go back to my application, you'll be able to see that we have our login here. And also I want to save this, first of all, format, and then I want to make sure that when you click this button login, you go to login page. So let me do that. So I'm going to import here link from React Router DOM. So let me just see if I can be able to see it here. So let me see if I cannot be able to see it here. So let me just try and import it. So I'm going to import it here, because right now I can see that it is not auto importing for me. So I'm going to import from React Router DOM, just like that. So here I'm going to import link, just like that. So as simple as that. So here we are going to have now the login, just like that. Also we are going to paste here our button. So let me save this and format. So if I save this and then come back here, if I click here, you'll be able to see that I'm being taken to login page. So now the other thing that I need to create now is this part here that we are calling or this part that we are calling footer. Let's now create our footer. So I'm going to get into my code, and inside here our footer, let me first of all make sure that I import my footer inside here also. So this is a footer. So footer, I think let me import it like this. So it's from component here, has been imported up here. So let me save that, and then here I can be able to, or even when you check here, you can be able to see footer. So let's do that. So here the first thing that I'm going to do is to be able to style it. So here I'm going to add class name. So class name, and here we can have the height of the footer to be 300 pixels, like that. Also, we are going to have a background color here, and a background color here should be the color that we used for our background, for our navbar, that is. So I'm going to copy this right here. So copy here, and then I'm going to paste it here like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to add flex, and then items to be center, almost the same as our navbar. So here we are going to have justify to be between this one, and then the last thing is padding, just the way we did with our navbars. So here I'm going to get into now the other part. So we need to have two parts. So for the example, we are going to have a div here, and this div here we are going to have a div that let me add here this div, that is. So we are going to have this section, this part here, and also the other part here. So this is the two divs. So let me add to another div here, like that. So I'm going to add here the styling. So class name here should be flex, and then flex column, like that. So inside here now I can have the logo. So I'm going to import it here from here. So import that from here, or copy from here and then paste it here. Also we need to have another thing, which is the text. So the span here, and then I'm going to copy it from here now, from our project here. So let me import it. So to do that, it will be very easy. So I'm going to copy this one here, actually like that. So let me do that. So this one will be here. So also we are going to have another, I think we can have another span here that will be holding now. Let's add here our this part here, our text, this text here, that is the number here. So and then we are going to have the last thing here, the span here, and then this part here we are going to have it as let me add as a email, that is. So let me do that like that. So so let me add it here, and then now I can be able to make sure that I style this span. So actually the only thing that I can do for this span here, I'm going to make sure that I add here the width should be only 70%. So 70%, like that. And then the other thing, I think I can just copy and paste this, or actually I can just leave it like that. So another thing that I want to see here is why we are having this text to be white. So if you check here, this text is white, is black. So let me see if it is because of styling. So I'm going to get into index CSS here, and you can see already here the color here, we are giving the color of white. So that we can remove that just like that. So I'm going to get back here, and you'll be able to see here that the text here is still not black. So I don't know where the error is coming from. So I'm going to also remove this. So let me try and see if we have somewhere that we did the mistake. But actually what we can do is that also we can make sure that we have, let's come here to the footer, and up here we can make sure that we have added the text to have a color, a certain color. For example, we can have a color of 44 like that. So let me see if this will change now. Yeah, so we are going to leave it for now. So the other thing, the other part here inside this div, we are going to have, let's say, a span. So yeah, we are going to have a span here, and this one also, let me make sure that it's a class name, and then here we have a flex. Then we can have flex to be column, so flex col like that. And here under span, here we can copy and paste several things. So I'm going to copy designed by V8 TechWorks here, and let me paste it here like that. Also, we are going to have a span, another span here, and this one is for copyright, so I'm going to do that manually. So copy, and then here we need to add, actually this one should be, I think it's something like this, and then like that. And then here, let me just copy and paste this text now like that, copy that, and then we can add it here just like that. And if I go back to now my project here, you can be able to see that we have this designed by V8 TechWorks, and then the copyright. So we have already created now this part, the navbar and the footer. Now we need to create this part here that has a text and also this image. Now let's do that, and this one will be inside this home page here. So you can see this home page. Inside here we can have a div, and then this div here we are going to have like a class name. So let's have a class name here. The height here will be, let's say, a height of 80 VH. So 80 V height, and if I come here, you'll be able to see that now we have that space. So the other thing is also here we are going to have a flex. We are going to have items to be center. The other thing is we can have the padding. Padding here should be a padding of 50 pixels. And then we are going to have a text here to be gray, and then 300, just like that. So the other thing that I want to do here is to have my text. So this one, we are going to have a header here, and I'm going now to copy and paste this here. So I'm going to copy this text and then paste it here like that, and then now we can have the image. So we have the image here. Now for the image here, we are going to use hero.png, and then I think that's all we need to do here. Let me see if this works. So yeah, you can see here this works, but we need to have we need to add the text or the size of this text here. So I'm going to get into this heading. So I'm going to have a class name here, and we are going to add the text to be 3XL like that. So let's see. So yeah, you can see it's making sense now. The other thing is we are going to add font to be bold, and then the other thing that you are going to do is have a width of, let's say, 50 pixels, and then the other thing, actually this is 50%, actually 50%, and the other thing that you are going to do here is to have a padding of, let's say, 550 pixels like that. So let me now see how it will look like. So yeah, you can see now it's looking better. So that is it. So in this video we have created our pages in this project. So in the next video, we are going to continue building the other pages, and immediately after that, we are going to start creating or doing the integration. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Thank you for coming this far. Remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel, like this video, and also leave a comment. So see you in the next video. Have a great Hello and welcome back to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building our application, and in the last video we looked at this homepage here. We created the navbar. We created this homepage that has a navbar and also this text and image and also our footer here. So today we are going to continue building our login page. You can see we have our login page here, and then also I'm going to create the my parcels page, and then in the other video now I'm be completing working on our front end, so that in the other video now we integrate and then the project will be over. So now what we are going to do, as we are doing in every video when we are starting a new video, what we are going to do is to push our code, and I'll open my terminal here and do git add. So I'm going to add any code that we added in the last video. So if you check here the branches, so if I do git branch, you'll be able to see that right now we are working on this branch that is called frontend. So let me do now the adding of the code that I added. So git here add, and then git commit, and then here I can add a comment. Let me say something like started working on our front end, just like that. And then if I comment this, now I can push, but now because I'm working on my front end, I need to just push the front end branch. So let's try and do that. So here also I need to do my passphrase, that is. So let me do that. So if I do that, then I'm going to push now the code. So I think, yeah, I think we have pushed the code, and maybe create a pull request for frontend by visiting. So you can see already here that it is showing us how to be able to do the pull request. So I'm going to make sure that I copy this. So let me copy that and then paste it here, and we should be redirected to this one here, so this project here. So I don't know, it is checking for ability to merge. So already I can create pull request and then it would be merged. So then if you haven't or you don't understand what you are doing, kindly go back and watch the other video, so that when you come right here you'll be able to understand what we are doing. So here we are going to merge, confirm merge, and then it will be over. So and then that is it. So I'm not going to insight and then network, because we have done that in later videos. So that is what we are supposed to start with. Now the other thing that I want to urge you is that I noticed like 80% of those people watching my video have not subscribed. So kindly, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and also like this video, so that it may reach other people who want to learn MERN stack and coding in general. So now the other thing that you can do is to turn on the notification bell, so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a video. So now let's get into the project. So this is our project where we left, and also if I click login here, you can see we don't have a login, because this is where now we need to start creating or to continue creating our project. So I'm going to get into my project here in this code, and now I can close the home page, because already we have built our home page. And then I can go to, let me see here, to the pages, and then log in here. So here, this is where I'm going to create that. So the first thing that I need to do, I'm going to delete this text here saying login, and then here we can be able now to start styling it the way we want. So if I visit now the login page here, you'll be able to see that we have our navbar, and also we have our footer. And the other thing that we have right there is now the image, and this part here that we can enter our inputs here, and the input that we enter our email and password. And also you can see here we can turn on the eye, and then if we want to see our password while we are logging. So here I'm going to now do that. So let me leave it like that. So I'm going to come here to my code, and the first thing that I need to do is to get my navbar. So navbar here, right here. So I think it should be autocomplete for me, but if it is not auto-completing, so what I can do is that I will import them manually. So here I'm going to do footer like that also, and because here I cannot be able to see the auto-completion, I will be able to import them manually. So this is import footer. So let me start with footer, and then this is from now. Let me just go let me just go a higher level into the components, and then here I can take the footer. And then the other thing now is I can import navbar, navbar here, and this is from now the components also, components and the navbar, like that, just like that. So now if I go back now to my project, so let me save this and then go back here, you'll be able to see that we have our footer here, and also we have our navbar. So let's now create the other part where we have image, and that part for logging in where you have input. I'm going to push this also down so that we have a space where we can work in. So let's do that. So to do that, here I'm going to create a div. So this div here, we are going to now make sure that we give it a styling using Tailwind CSS. So the first thing that I want to give is the height. So here I'm going to give it a height of 80 VH. And then the other thing that I'm going to do here is to give a flex, and I'm going to say that also I want them to be aligned at the center, just like that. And then also I'm going to justify, and here I want to justify them evenly. The last thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a padding of 50 pixels, and also I think I can add the text to be gray, I think, or maybe we can just leave it like that, but it's okay. Let's just add that text. So the other thing that I want to do here is let me have the image now. So I'm going to have the image. So image here, just like that. Here we have now this what we are calling image, and here we need to have source. So the source here is hero.png, hero.png, like that. Also you can be able to have alt text, so like that. So after that, now inside here also, that means we need to have another div, and that this div is the one that holds the inputs. So here let's do that. So I'm going to have a class name here, and this class name we are going to style it. So here this div, we need to style it. We are going to give it a height of 450 pixels, then also a width of 450 pixels, like that. And then we can have the background color. So the background color here, we can have a background. Let me just add the background color here. We can give a background color of the yellow color, so E9, and then we can have EB, and then also we can have 77, just like that. So, and then also we are going to have a rounded AMD, so a rounded MD, just like that. Also we are going to have now inputs inside here, but before that we can just check. So here you can be able to see that I have an image here, and also we have this part where we are going to create our inputs and login. So here inside here I'm going to have an input, the first input here, and then this input is about is a text input. Here I want to give it a class name and style it. So class name here, and I want to make sure that I can be able to style it. So I'm going to just start here. So here I want to give it a flex, and then I can say items to be center, just like that, and then justify content will be center. And then also I can have a background color of let's add here background color of white. So I have F, and then also we can have like a padding, so padding of 20 pixels. The other thing that we need to do is to have a width of let's say 350 pixels, and here we can have a margin of I'm going to use in percentage, so I'm going to add 10%, and then outline should be none, like just like that. So let me check this how this one looks like. So if I do that, you can be able to see that here we have this input here. So here we can add anything that we want. So also let me make sure that I enter or I add placeholder. So here we can have a placeholder. So a placeholder here, I'm going to add enter enter your email, just like that. And if I come back here, you'll be able to see enter your email. So I think that's okay. Also I think inside here I can add something like let's say border none. So border should be having a border of none, just like that. And then I think this will be okay. So let me check. So I think this should be okay. So I'm going also to copy this because we need another one for password. And then here I need also to format first of all the code. Yeah, just like that. Also now inside here I'm going to have another div that will hold now my input, and also the icons that will be displayed when we want to show our password while we are typing. So here we are going to have a class name. Here I'm going to add flex, and then here it's item center. Item center here I'm going to add my input, but my input, okay, this one is screaming at me, and I think it's because of this here. I think so, yeah. So here I'm going to format so that it is looking nice. So here, yes, here I'm going to add put enter your password, and the other thing that I'm going to do here, I'm going to change this to password, but I'll show you how you're going to make sure that you can be able to see when you're typing. So now we have this, and then inside here also in this div I want to add something else, and I have created it here. So it's this span here. So let me copy. It contains the icons here, this eye icon and padlock icon. So let me do that. So I'm going to add it here just like that. So here you can be able to see that we don't have things like show password and handle toggle password, and this is because we want to create it. We want to create this function that will be able to toggle when you want to see the password, and here we can use this variable to control if you can be able to see the password or not. So I'm going to come here and create that variable. So I'm going to have a const, and then here here we are going to have use state. So let me import use state from React. You can be able to see it there. We have imported it, and in here we are going to give it false to start with, and then here we are going to have show password. Show password, you can see it there, and then set show password. I think so, just like that. So set show password, and then here I'm going to create now the function. So this function here, that when we click we toggle our password. So I'm going to copy it just like that. Let me copy it like that, and then I'm going to come here and yeah, I think here after now our variable here, so our state, we are going to have a arrow function here, so like that. So and then here we can be able now to use set show password like that, and then another thing is that I'm going to negate now the state, so show password like that. So if you click it will just toggle just like that. So if you click on if this is false, it will be true, and if you click also again, it will be false. So if I do that, let me just now show you in this application here. You can be able to see that we have this padlock here. So if we click, you can see it can toggle in between the padlock and this eye. So let me see what we are going to do now. So I think they have a lot of space in between the icons and the input. So I'm going to format my code. And the other thing, let me check here. If I have this margin here, I'm going to just remove it, I think. So I'm going to change this to just margin top, I think. And then if I come back again here, now you can be able to see that actually, I think, let me see. So I think that is not the way we should do it. So here I'm going to add margin top, and then also we are going to have margin left, just like that to be 10%. 10%, I think this will be okay. So let me see. Yes, I think that will be okay. Also, I want this to be having item to be center. It's in the center. I don't know why we don't have like it should be aligned at the center, but if it is there, okay, it can be, we can just leave it like that. So here if you type, you can see like you are not able to see the password, but if you want to confirm the password, when you click here also you cannot be able to see this. So you need to do one thing, so that is to change this to text. And let me do that here. So you need to just come here and add you can add this, and then you can add here if show password. If it's true, then it will be a type of text in this input, but if it is not, then show the password, just like that. And then this will should work now. So if I come back here, and then you can see now I can be able to see the password, but when I toggle, you cannot be able to see the password. So you can see it here, right here now. So now the other thing is we just have now to have the button. So let me do that. So after now we have this div here, we need to have a button. So this button here, just say login. So login, like that. And here I can be able now to have a class name, and I'm going to now style this button. So the first thing here that we have in our button here, we are going to have the background color. So that black color. Also the other thing is I'm going to have a width. We are going to have a width of, let's say, 350 pixels. And also we can have like a padding. So a padding here should be a padding of 15 pixels. And also we can have other things like text should be white. And also we can have font to be have a semi bold. So this is using Tailwind. And also we can have a text that is of 18 font as a font size, 18 pixels. And the last thing that we are going to have is a margin of 10%, I think so, like that. So let's see how it looks like. So if I save this and go back here, you can be able to see now we have this part here that we can enter the email, we can enter the password, and then we can be able to log in, and also we can toggle here. So that is it. So I want also to create now the other page that where you'll be able to see your parcel. So let's do to do that. I must first of all make sure that I log in so that you'll be able to see how that looks like. So here I had already prepared the password and email. So let me do that. So I'm going to use my email here, and also I'm going now to paste my password here. I have my password right here. So let me copy this password, copy that, and here I'm going to paste it. Then you try login. So you can be able to see now I'm able to log in. So this is where as a user you'll be able to see your parcels. So when you log in, you'll be able to see the parcels that have been delivered and parcels that are pending. So let's do that. So let me just go back to my code here and also make sure that I go to that part. So I'm going to come here to my parcels as a page. I'm going to also make sure that I just make sure that I cross my home my login page so that we work on our parcels, my parcels page. So here also I need to go to that route. So let me just add here my parcels just like that, and we'll be able to see now this page that is called my parcels. So in my parcels now we need several things, so let's go back here. So you can see here, first of all, we need this icon from React icons. So let me just install that. So here I'm going to open a new terminal here. Let me open a new terminal here, and to do that now, on the type now the React icons npm install React icons, React icons, just like that. So let me do that, and also I'm going now to import it. Very simple. So I'm going to come here after it have finished installing. I can be able to come here and say, because I want this icon here, you can be able to see this icon here. So here I'm going to come here and say import. Now this I'm going to import from now React icons, you can be able to see here, and then /fa, and here I want some icon. So this icon I'm going to call it f user, just like that, and then now we are going to use it inside here. So let me remove that text. I'm going to push this down. So let me push it like that so that we can have a space where we can work in. So let me do that. So here I'm going to have this div, and inside here also we are going to have another div that will be holding, let me show you, we'll be holding this part here. So let me do that, and then here, because you can see it is at the end here, so let me do that. So here what I can do is that I'm going to come here and say class name, path name, and here I can be able to add flex, and also we are going to have items at the end here like that, and also we are going to have justify to be end, and then also we can have margin right to be 20%, and then also we can have margin top to be 10%, like that. So let me just come inside here, and what I can do, let me first of all format this, and then now inside here I can have now the icon. So here let me have the icon, so far user, so it's not far user, so far user, like just like that. And also we can have a span here, or a text. Just I'm going to just write the name here, so Alok Mondala, or even James K. So here I want to make sure also that I style this, so class name, and here I can have margin right to be at least 10 pixels, so that we are having space between the text and the icon. So if I come back now, here you should be able, let me just reload, and I cannot be able to see now the icon and the text. I don't know why. I think it's because that I have not indicated or have not given them like a certain let's say a color. So let me just come here and add, so the color here, the text here should be white. Let me just make sure that I do this. So let me just see again. Yeah, you can be able to see now, you can be able to see it here. So and then I need to change the name here to Alok Mondana. So then again, I think we can have here, let me see, I think it's okay, but I think we can give it a font size. So our text here, font size, so font to be semi-bold like that. So let's see that. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see, yeah, have this, it should be having as a bold, but if it is not working, I think it's because I have not saved. So yeah, you can see at least it's taking some shape. So here, this is where we need to display now. Actually, this one, I think it has gone too far. So I think some things that I can change here is that, for example, this margin top here, it should be like, let's say 3. I think so. I think that would be okay. So let me save. I think I have not saved this like that. So yeah, I think let's do 5. I think so, 5% here. So this is 5% like that. Let me see. I think that would be okay. So yeah, just do that. So here, I think when we click here, we need to be able to see, like if you click here, you need to see this just this pop-up here. So let me do that. So I'm going to first of all make sure that I have also added here cursor to be a pointer. So cursor should be pointer, so that if I try and hover over this place here, you'll be able, it will change to this hand icon. So here we need to change now. We need to create another part here that we are going to call it, or we need to have this pop-up now, to have this pop-up. So if I come here and do this, you can be able to see this part. So this is what we need to create now. So to do that, the first thing that I'm going to do is to make sure that I add here relative, so that this one will be display relative, or position relative, sorry. So here also I need to make sure that this will be in a div here. So we are going to have a div here, and then the other thing is that here we need to have another div here, just like that. And this div, because here we have relative, this one will have it as position. Here we'll be having a position here to be, let's say, position here will be absolute, so absolute like that. And then the other thing that I'm going to have here is, you can give a top here. Here we need to give a top of, let's say, 20 pixels. So this one will be displayed according to the parent div. So that's why you can see we are going to position it where we want to show it, because it should be above, or it will be a position absolute to the parent div. So now the other thing, after this one, we can have it have a right. So right should be just we give it just 0. Also, we are going to have a height of 200 pixels. So 200 pixels, a width. So we need to have a width of, let's say, something like 250 pixels. And also we can have a background color. So a background color here of, let's say, hash D9, D9, D9. And then here we can have like a Z index of, let's say, 999, just like that. And this is because we want it to be above everything in that page. So here also we need to have just a shadow of XL. So let's see. So if I do that and come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this here. And I don't know what is happening right there. So let me just, because you can see that in our project here now, we cannot be able to see the text now. So I think what we can do here is we can style it here, class name. Here we can add flex first of all, and then items to be center, like that. So let's do that. So yeah, you can be able to see it there. So now the other thing is here now you can see this. So if we click here, we should see this. If we click again, it hides it. So it hides it. So here now inside we can have now the things that we want to do. So for example, we are going to have a list here. So let's create a list. So, and then first of all, make sure that I styled it. So I'm going to have a class name here. In this class name, we can have the flex. We can have flex to be column. Also, we can have items to be center, Also, we can have justify here, justify to be center, like that. And then also we can have margin top to be 10 pixels. So 10 pixels, just like that. So again, now let's come inside here, and we are going to have a list. So this list here, we are going to have the first one to be all parcels, just like that. Yes, but I will need also to make sure that we style this. So class name, and here we can have hover. When you hover, this should be should change the text. So here we are going to give it have a text, and then here we can have a white. Let me just add it to be white when we hover over it. The other thing is we need to give a margin y of say 5 pixels, like that. Also, we are going to have a cursor to be pointer. Let me see that now. So if I come here, be able to see that it is inside here now. So let me also make sure that I change this. So I'm going to, let me just see it here. Actually, up here, we need to change this text to be white, and then we need to make sure that we add it in this div here. So in this div right here, just like that. So let me, so that you'll be able to see now the difference here. Let me save this. If I save this, you'll be able to see now this one will be, should not be white. So I don't know why it is not working the way I want. So this is the, here, this is the text. So this is the div. So this div, I think it has been closed here. And so let me try and save this. Yeah, it is has been closed here. So okay, let me just copy this and paste it. Just let me see here. So this one will be my statement or statements. The other thing here that I'm going to have is that this one will be logout, like that, as simple as that. So if I do that now, you can see here we have this text, but I think this one should be, we need to just make sure that this one will be having a different color. So I'm going to have a text, and then this text here, we are going to give it a 555, just like that. Like let me see if that will change. Yeah, I think that's kind of different, and it's okay. So I think now when you hover over them, you'll be able to see that they are, you can see like they are at least they look good, or you can be able to see them. So you can click here to log out, but we want when you click here, that's when you are able to see this pop up here. So I'm going to create that. So let me come here and also create another variable, and use state, also state. So here I'm going to have state called open, and also here will be set open. We are going to have it as false. So here we are going to add false. For this one is use state, sorry, I need to make sure that I import use state, yes, from React, and then here this one will be false. Here we need to also have a function that will be able to toggle. So handle open, just like that. This one will be just an arrow function. So here we need to say set open, and then this will negate now here open. And then also the other thing is we are going to use now open. So let me just show you now what we are going to do here. So now here I'm going to cut this until, let's say, here, like that, and then here we can have open, and then if it is open is true, then we can be able to show this. And I don't know why it is giving me some error. So let me see where the error is coming from. Oh, and then here we have handle open. So I'm going to come here to this part here that holds the icon and the text. So here I'm going to add on click, and then I'm going to have handle open here. So handle open, and then that's, I think it's okay. Now you can be able to see now the part here. So when you click, you can be able to see this, and when you click again, it is just toggle. So now the other thing that we need to do now is that we need to create the other part. So the other part that we are going to call it now, or this part, let me show you the part. So this part that holds our text here, or this information about this, you can see this text, this part here. And also we can have this also that has this my parcels, and we need also to have these cards that holds the data for our parcels. So let's do that. So here, let me start by creating a div. So this div here will just make sure that we have this div, and then this div here we have let me style it. So I'm going to have a class name, and here we can have flex, and then again here we need to make sure that we, and actually it's not a must that we have let me have a part here. Then this one we can have as flex column, just like that. And inside here, the first thing that we need to have is now the text. So that is my parcel, or the heading. So here is my parcel, my parcel, my parcels. So now the other thing that we need to do here is to make sure that we have corrected this. So this one is class name, and here we need to have let's say like a text should be having like a certain font size. So the font size here, we are going to give font size of 18 pixels. Also we are going to have text that it's of a certain color. So D9, 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 just like that. And then the last thing that we need to have is padding of let's say 20 pixels. So 20 pixels, like that. So the other thing is now we can have the other part, but before that I think we need also to make sure that we style some things here. First thing, we can give it like something like or you can just leave it. So let me see how it looks. So yeah, you can see here it's too far. So here we need to give a margin. So we can have like a margin, and this one is margin right. So margin right of, let's say 10%, and also we can have margin left of the same 10%, or you can, let's see how it looks like. So yeah, I think that's good. And here now, so let me see now, and here now we can have another. So let me just come here. So here we are going to now create the card that holds our parcel information. So to do that is very simple. We are going to have a div, and then these divs here we are going to have let me just make sure that I have a class name. Yeah, we are going to give it them like a certain um, style. So here we are going to have it to have a flex, and then here we are going to have a justify. We are going to have a justify content to be between, and the other thing is we are going to have a background color. So this background color is D9, 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 just like that. Also we are going to have a height of 150. So 150 pixels, 150 pixels. We are going to have a width of let's say 60 VW, And then also we can have something like a margin of 20 pixels, and a padding here of also 20 pixels, I think so. And then here we can have a cursor to be pointer, just like that. So let me see that if yeah, you can be able to see how it looks. So also we can increase the length here to be 80. If I want to also can have a width to be 80. Let me see how it looks. So that's very big. So here we can have to be 70, I think so, and that will be okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. So now we need to have a text inside that. So let me now have another div, because if you check here in this project, you'll be able to see we have this part and we have this part here. So let me do that. So inside here we have a we are going to have an ordered list. So first of all, have a div. So we are going to have that div, and then this div has an ordered list. So this unordered list, we are going to have now a list inside here. For example, we are going to have from. So here we can say from something like Ontario, USA. I don't know if there is a place called that. Also here we are going to have another width here. Here will be weight, and then weight here we are going to have a weight of, let's say, 200 grams. 200 grams. We are going to have maybe something like a date. So date here should be maybe something like today's date, which is 26, I think so, and June 2024, like that. And then also we are going to have like the sender. So the sender here. So the sender name, I think it's sender. Me add here like a capital S. So sender here will be just like James Doe, like that. So we are going to have another div now. Inside here we are going to have now the other div. So inside here we have different things. So I'm going to make sure that I style it first of all. So here we can have the flex and flex column. Here this one is flex column, sorry. So here we need to have a span, and then here we are going to have to, so to the place where it is going to be sent to. So here is we can say something like Sydney, Australia, like that. And then we are going to have a button here that is showing if it is pending, or maybe if it is let me just add here pending, if it's pending, or maybe it's delivered. So let me style this. So class name. So this one we are going to have a background color of, let's say, something like let's add a background color of let's say 555. The text here should be white, so white. And then we can have the width here to be 100 pixels. 100 pixels. The other thing that we're going to have is cursor to be pointer, and also we are going to have a padding. So a padding, okay, it should be inside this quotation mark. So a padding of, let's say, 5 pixels, like that. So here let's see. So if I come back here and see here, you can be able to see that we have information here, but it has a text of white. So what can I do here? What I can do here is that I can make sure that this one has text. Let me add here a different text. For example, text where we have the text to be, let me add #555, like that. So if I do that, you'll be able to see now the information here just fine. So I'm going to paste it, copy and paste it several times. So let me just make sure that I format this. So I'm going to cut or copy from here until I think here, I think so, or here, yeah, I think that's there. And actually no, it should be until here. So let me just copy here and then until here, I think so. So let me just paste it several times like that, and then if I do that, you'll be able to see now these cards here. So you can see this one here, and I can change one of them here to be delivered. So let me just come here and change this to have a background color of green. So you can change here to be this one, and again we can also change this to be delivered. So let's see that how it will look like. So let me save that, and then yeah, you can see, yeah, it looks nice. So if I come here now, the next time or the next video, we are going to make sure that you can go to all parcels. Also you can log out, and then also you can be able to see one parcel. If you click here, you need to, or if you come here, you need to see now that one parcel. So if you click here, you go to detailed parcel detailed page. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Thank you for coming this far. Also make sure that you have subscribed to this YouTube channel, and like this video so that also it may reach many other people. Please don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you in the next video. Have a great. Hello and welcome to VA Tech Work. So today we are going to continue building our front-end part of our full stack parcel delivery system. So in the last video, we created this page that we are calling My Parcels, and also in the other videos, we were creating other pages like homepage and also other pages like login. So what we are going to do right now is to go to the other pages that our user will require. For example, we'll have a page that we are going to call parcels, and this is where all parcels that the user has already sent or received in our using this system will be displayed there, and we are going to use data rich table. So what I mean is that when you click here, this is just a detail page, but when you come here and also click all parcels here, you can be able to see this page, and this is where now you can be able to see like all the parcels that this user has ever have ever just sent or received using our system. And also here, if you want to, you can do other things like sorting, filtering, and also you can search. So that's what we are going to do now. And the other thing that we are doing in every video before we start coding is that we just push our code. So I'm going to come here into my terminal and clear everything. The other thing is that I want this terminal to be at least bigger. So the other thing is I can just do git branch here so that we can be able to see the branches that we have. And right here you can see all the branches that we have. Right now we are working on this branch that is called frontend. So let us make sure that we push our code. So I'm going to do that. So let me come here and add git add, and then just that, and then I'm going to commit. So git commit, and then here I can say working on worked on, let me just add it, worked on my parcels page, and login page, just like that. Let me also add make sure that I push now my code. So git push origin, and right now because this we are working on a front-end branch, we can be able to make sure that we add it there. So I'm going to add my passphrase. Let me add my passphrase here, and then push the code. And here already we can just make sure that we come to my GitHub here. So I'm going to go to repositories, and then here in the repositories we can be able to use come here to full stack parcel, where we are pushing our code, and we can be able to see this notification here. So I'm going to compare and pull request, and then here create a pull request, and also make sure that I merge. So it is checking for ability to merge automatically, and then I can be able to confirm merge just like that. So for this video, I want to show you also insights. So if I go to insights and the network here, you can be able to see that how we have been pushing our code, the branches that we have created, and how we are merging. So that is it. So the other thing is now I can go and try and see the other page that we are calling the all parcels page. So if I come here and click all parcels here, I need to go to that page. So let me do that. So I'm going to come here into my parcels page, and let me check here up here where we have these all parcels. So let me do that now. I can just cut this first of all, and here I'm going to import link from now React Router DOM. So let me just make sure that I use this link here. I can see that here we don't have like this link from React Router DOM. So here that means this is because I think I don't know why it is not giving me that link. So let me just import it first of all. So I'm going to import it here. Just import here from React Router DOM. You can be able to see it here. So here I want to just make sure that I import link. You can be able to see that. And then now I can come here and use the link like that, and then inside here that's where we are going to place our this list here. So here I'm going to do 2, and then here I think it's all parcels. Let me just see. Yes, and then I'm going to make sure that I format my code just like that, save that. And then if I just come here and try to go to all parcels, so this page is not found. Let me see what we call that page. So it is called all parcels. I don't know why we don't have that page. As you can see here, it is saying not found. So let me see where the problem is. So actually I have not added here this just forward slash. So that is the problem that I had. So let me just come here and then again try and go to that page. So you can see now here is where we have now all parcels. So that is it. So let me now start creating this page. So and this page should be looking like this one here. So let me just do that. I'm going to come here and also make sure that I close this. I'm going to parcels now this page, and then I'm going to remove this text here, parcels. And then now here we can be able to make sure that I import, or I just start first of all. So the first thing that we are going to do is here we are going to use data rich table, and the table that I'm calling that is this table that we are seeing here, this table here. So what we are going to do first of all, let me also make sure that I style this first of all before I add that table. So here I'm going to add a class name. So here we are going to have flex, and then this one is flex column. So flex column, we are going to have items to be center like that. Also we are going to have justify to be center, and also we can have margin top to be of 3%. So 3% like that, and also we can have margin right to be just 5%. 5% like that, and margin right here will be of 5%, of 5%. So like that. So also the other thing that we are going to have is we are going to have a div inside here, and then this div also we can side it, and we want to give it actually the background color. So the background color here can give a background color of white. So I'm going to add those triple F. And also here I'm going to add a height to be auto, because we want it to stretch as our table is growing. And also here we can have the width to be 70 VH or something, or VW that is. So also we are going to have rounded let me add here rounded MD. So that means that it will have a rounded corners. And then the other thing that we can have here is we can have a padding of, let's say, 30 pixels. So 30 pixels. And then inside here, now this is where we can also add other things. So for example, here we can have now icon. So let me import an icon here from React icons. But before that, even we can just go back to application and see. You can be able to see here that already it is getting into shape. So let me just come back here, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to import. So let me import here from React icons, and then /fa, like that. And here I want to get an arrow. So far arrow left, like that. So that one. So here we can be able to make sure that we add that. So here we are going to have link also. Let me import that link here from React Router DOM. So let me do that. So I'm going to import link. You need to import link from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM here. So let me also import link. You can be able to see it there. So here we are going to have a link. So because we want this to be a back arrow. So here I'm going to add far arrow left. So you can be able to see it here like that. And then here we can be able to just say 2. So this one will be taking it will be taking you back to my parcels, like that. So let me see if it is shown here. So you cannot be able to see it right now. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to give it a different color. So let me do that. So let me come here and add class name, and then here I can just say something like maybe text should be of maybe a different color, black color, that is, just like that. Let me see if I can be able to see it. So you can be able to see this one here. So the other thing that I want to give it is different, also other styling. For example, we need to make sure that it's a bit bigger. So I'm going to give it a font size so of 18 pixels. The other thing that we can make sure that is we can give a margin to, and also we can also make sure that we can give a cursor to be cursor pointer. So the other thing that I want you to notice is that when you hover over this part here, you can be able to see what that Tailwind CSS mean. For example, this margin 2 here, you can see it is margin of 0.5 REM. So that is it. So then again here, if I want to click here now, I can go back now to my parcels just like that. And then I can come here and go back to my parcels page. So that is it. The other thing now, let me first of all format here, is that let me just come here. So we have this my parcels, and after that this arrow, we can have another part here. So this div, and then this div is the one that you can see here, this that has all parcels and the name here. So let's do that. So here I'm going to have a class name. So a class name here, we are going to have a class name, and this class name we are going to add flex justify. We are going to have justify between. So justify between, and also other things like padding. So here padding will be padding of 10 pixels, like that. And then inside here now we can have the span. So the first span here is we can have all parcels like that. And also here we can have a span, and here we can have now the name Alok Mondala, but this one will display the name of that person who is logged in. So here I want to have a class name. So this one we can have a text to be text of 18 pixels, 18 pixels like that. Also we are going to have here another class name and style it. So here we can have a font to be of semi-bold like that. So I think this one also I need to add like the color, because I don't think we'll be going to be able to see them if we don't change the color here. So I'm going to change the color there, and also this one here like that. So let me also make sure that I remove that space. Let me see now. Let's see. So if I go back here, you can be able to see now we have this part, all parcels and alloc mandata there. So now we can have, after this, now this inside here we can have a div, and then this div here is where we are going to have data rich table. So this one we can have a class name here. We are going to have a padding, and then this padding we are going to give it a padding of 3. So this inside here we are going to have now our rich data table, and this we are going to use it from material UI. So to do that, I'm going to come here and type material UI, or maybe material UI data grid. Let me just see that material UI and then data grid. Can be able to see it here. So if you type that, you'll be redirected to this here React data grid component, and already you can be able to see how you can use that. So you can see this is the table that has been pre-built so that you can be able to use it. So that is very, very effective. And then you can read about this documentation here. You can read how you can manipulate it and how you can use it. So this is a very, very good way of displaying a lot of data. So now I'm going back to my get started. So here, because this is where you can be able to know how to use or how to install this package. So I'm going to copy this. You can see npm install this. So I'm going to import it, or to just install the package. So to do that, I want to open a new terminal here. So we have this terminal. So here we can be able to start. So let me just let it open, and here I cannot just display or install it here. We need to get into front end like that. I'm going to clear, and then I'm going to paste the command here. So let's do that. So it's just installing. So the other parts that also for the documentation here, you can be able to see you can use it using yarn also. So you need to click there so that you can install it using yarn. And the other thing is that also you need to install this, what they are calling emotion react and emotion style, because if you don't install this package also, it won't work. And then the last one that you need to add is this styled engine here, because if you don't also add this, it won't work as it should be. And then you can be able to see that how to import it. It needs to have rows, and right here you can see if you are using TypeScript, you need to add the type here. And also here you can see the columns. You need to have rows and columns. So let me see if also it has finished installing. So it has not finished. So here you can be able to see you need to have rows and columns, and if you are using TypeScript, you need to add these types here. But if you are not using TypeScript, then you can just leave these types. And then also you can see now you add now the data grid down here. So this is very, very simple to use the rich data grid. So rather than also creating that table from scratch. So let me also clear again, and then let me make sure that I install this emotion. So let me make sure that I copy this, and also make sure that I installed it. So make sure that you are installing all this with me. So after that, now also let me copy this. There's one styled engine here like that. So npm install MUI. So installed engine. So I'm going to paste it here also and then install. So what I'm going to do right here, because already we had created this, we had already created that table in our admin. So I'm going to get into the admin and then go to the pages, and then when we have here in the parcels, I will be able to at least copy the rows and columns, because I don't want us to start typing some data. So I'm going to copy this. So from here, I'm going to copy the columns all the way to maybe, and then the rows also. So let me copy until there. So I'm going to copy it like that. I'm going now to paste in above here. So this is just rows and columns. So I'm going to just paste them here. The other thing that I want now, because we have our data, we need to import now the data grid. So let's do that from our documentation here. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to import the data grid there. And then the last thing that we need to do here is now add that data grid down here now inside here. So I'm going to also make sure that I copy that. So I'm going to copy it right there. So let me copy it here so that we can be able to see it just like that. I think that's okay. So I don't know what is giving me this error. So here we can have we have this here, and so I need to copy to add this. So I'm going to come here and say far trash, so I import it. So just like that. So I'm going to save that now, and then let me just scroll down here. And if I do that and come back here, you can be able to see that, be able to see this you can be able to see this that rich data grid here. So another thing that I want to do is that I want to make sure that I add some variation, because it needs, if you check for this one, it has like this checkpoint where you can check, and that I'm going to just come here, and I'm going to just make sure that inside here in our data grid, I can be able to add things like disable, so disable, and maybe disabled, and then disable select. So I think it is disable select row selection. So disabled, I don't think so. I think this we can just leave it. So let's try and add checkbox selection. Yeah, so something of the sort. And when I come back here, you'll be able to see that we have this where you can be able to select a different row, or a row or something of the sort. So also, if you don't want this to scroll, we can just opt out on some columns. And so we can come here, up here. So let's see. So here we have delete, so we can just remove this delete here. So let me have remove that. So I don't know why I'm not able to just remove it direct. So yeah, so like that, I think this will be okay. So if I remove this, so let me see here where I have this error. So far trash, I remove it like that. And then if I come back here, you'll be able to see that we don't have that scroll. So now you can be able to see now this rich data table here, and you can do everything that you want. You can sort. If you click here, you can be able also to do anything that you want. You can search and many other things. So the other thing that I want us to do, of course, we are going to fix this later on as we are integrating our application, so that we can have that part here for the edit. Or even what I can do is that I can just remove it from my application here, because I don't think the user need to edit anything on that person. So I'm going to remove also this. So let me remove the edit part here. So like that, I think that would be okay. So save that, and then when you come back here, you'll be able to see that we don't have edit. So now the other thing that I want to do is to go to now the as parcel detail page. So here you need to add the parcel, and then also you need to make sure that you specify the ID so that you'll be able to see the parcel. So here you can be able to see the parcel page here, and this is where we need, or where we are going to start that page. So that, let me just go and show you how this part looks like. So you can see this page how it looks. So we need to create something that looks like this. So let's do that. So I'm going to make sure that I first of all close this from the admin. Also make sure that I close the admin part here, and in the part here for the front end, we are going to get into parcel page like that. So let me remove this here. So the other thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to have a class name here and style this. So here we can have the flex, and then I'm going to have a flex to be of direction column. The other thing that I'm going to have is items to be center. So as item center, and also we can have justify to be center, and then also we can have margin top to be 3%, 3% like that. Also we can have things like margin right should be of like 5%, and also we can have like a margin depth of 5% also. So it is the same as the parcels, all parcels page. So like that. Also the other thing that we need to have here, so we have that one here. We can have now the background. There are another div here. So this one we can have a class name. So here we can have the background color. So the background color here will be of white. So like that. Also we can have height to be of 80. So 80 VH like that. Also we can have the width to be of 60 VW, 60 VW like that. Also we can have like a rounded MD here, so that it has rounded corners. And if I come back now, you'll be able to see that this part here. So let me go back also and make sure that I add everything that I need here now. So the first thing that I need here is this part, so where we have the link. So let me scroll down here until here, and then I'm going to copy this because this one we are going to have it here so that we can go back to my parcels. So if I do this, and then I need to also import them, so I'm going to just make sure that I copy from here. So let me copy those imports here and paste up here like that. So here we have it. So I'm going to format my code also again. So we have that. We have this arrow here, and we can be able to see it. You can be able to see that arrow there. So now after we have added that arrow, we need to have a div that will hold two parts. So this div will hold this part here and the other part here. So this on the left, and then on this part on the right. So let's do that. So we can have a div here. So a div, and then let's style this div. So here we can have a class name. So a class name here, we can give it a flex direction or display flex, and then it is going to have justify content to be between. So like that. So here inside now we can have another div, our two divs. That's the div on the right left, and then the div on the right. So here we can have, let's try and start styling this. So class name here, we are going to have let's say this part that has a class name, we are going to have to give it just a flex of 1, just like that. And also I think this also we can give it here a flex of 1. So class name, and then give it a flex of 1. So here now, this is where we are going to have an ordered list. So let me just check that. So here, what I mean by an ordered list is this one here. You can see this is just a list. So let me do that. So here we can have, let me first of all make sure that I style this. So here I'm going to give this to be like have a margin 3 there, and I told you that when you hover over this you can be able to see what that represent. So here also we are going to have now the list here. So let's have a list here, and here for example we can have something like from, so that from which destination or location. So here we can do that. So here we can have also the styling, and here I'm going to give it a margin of 3, just like that. So here for the destination, so this we can just copy, for example, this one here. So I'm going to copy this and add here like that. So let me see if it's that making sense now. So let me also make sure that I save this, because it's as if it is not saved. Or what we can do here is to make sure that the color is different. So here we can have the color to be a bit dark color, so, or black color. So let me see that now. You can be able to see it here. So I'm going now to copy and paste, because this one will help us to save some time. So let me copy this here like that, and then we can paste it here several times. So we have this part here. So this one is now, this one will be 2, or we can just also add here to be weight, and then this weight here we can just add the weight here to be something like 200 grams. Also here we can have another one, which is date. So date here we can remove this here and add the date here to be something like 20, and then June 2024. Also we can just remove this here, and then this one will just be sender. So sender, we can just add sender here to be James Doe, and here we can just specify this to be sender. So sender. So the other thing we can do here is let's have like a recipient or 2. We can just have 2 here. Can say something like location, like, so here we can say Ontario, maybe in the USA, like that. After 2 here we can have cost. So we have cost here, the cost of sending that parcel. So let me do that. Here we can have the to be just $200. That is just dummy data. So also here we can just copy this and paste it. I think we need to have also after that we can have the receiver or recipient, whoever you want to call it. So recipient, and the recipient here we can call recipient to be Jendo. So, and then also we can have, let me also paste something else here. So this is the recipient. We can have a track ID. So we have track ID here, and then track ID can be just any just add any ID like that. And also here we can have after track ID we can have note. So we can have just like that. Here we can add the maybe perishable goods like that. So if I save this, and then you can be able to see it here, you can be able to see that we have added here, but also we need to have another thing here which is a button or something of the sort. So here we can have, after this list here, we can have a button here. So this button we can it is giving us the status of that parcel. So here we can have a class name. So the class name here we can give, we can be able to style it. For example, background color, here we can give a background color of this dark color, that one. Also we can have like text to be white, text will be white. We can also make sure that we give it like a width of let's say 200 pixels. And then also we can have things like cursor to be pointer, so cursor pointer. And also we can have padding, actually it's just p, and then padding, here we can give a padding of 10 pixels. And also we can have a margin, or margin of 20 pixels, margin of 20 pixels, like that. So let me see now how this one will look like. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see now we have this pending here. So actually this one I can change the margin here to be margin top. Just let's see that margin top. And if I do that, here you can be able to see that actually it is not giving me like that. Let me just leave it as a margin all around, so that it can look, you can see how it looks. So now what else that I can do is that I need to push this down so that we have some space where we can work in. So also I need to format my code here, like that. So now we need to work on this other div now. So this div here is the one that holds now this sender email here, and also the recipient email here, text here, text area here, and this button. So let me do that. So this one has we need to have a list. So I'm going to copy this and a bit of like a list here. So I'm going to copy that and make sure that I come down here and paste it here. So this one we need also to cross now. So let's cross that like that. But here we need to have send an email. So let's do that. Send let me just use a capital S, send email. And here we can just add here. So let me remove this to be james@gmail.com. Also, the other thing that I'm going to add here is recipient email. So recipient email, and in here we can have the recipient email, which is jane@gmail.com, like that. So now after this here, let me see how it looks like. So if I come back here, you can be able to see this one here. So I'm going to have a text area now. So let's have that here. So we are going to have a text area, which is will be after now the list here. We can have a text area. So the text area here, we are going to specify some things. For example, first of all, let me make sure that we have a class name. So a class name here. So for styling, so let me just make sure that we have the text area here. The other thing that I'm going to specify here is let me first of all make sure actually here this is name, so we need to just have the quotation marks here so that you can add any name that you want. So after that, now here we can have the columns. So you can see let me just have our calls. You can be able to see it here. So the columns here, we can have a columns of 50, and also we can have rows here. We can have rows, this one, and then this one is 7, like that. So and also we can have a class name. Yeah, so let me start this. So the first thing that we can have is we can give it outline to be none, and also we can have the padding to be of 50 pixels. So let's see how it looks like also. And here also we can, if you want to, we can just add a placeholder here. So placeholder, So this is outside now. I think it should be here. So we can have a placeholder. So placeholder here, we can say leave a feedback as so like that. So leave a feedback, and then now the other thing that you need to do, let me first of all check here. So let me check here, and in our application here, you can be able to see that this one has a dark color here, and I don't know why. So I think what we are going to do here is give a different background color. So I'm going to come here and add like a margin of 20 pixels. Let me first of all check that. So if I do that, so let me come back here. You can be able to see that we have given it the margin, and here the color, let's give a different color here. So background color here should be something like, let me specify the color that I want, D9, that one. So let me see if this will have, yeah, you can have like this one here, and then you can write whatever you want. And also we can have the text to be, let me just add here, the text should be dark. So text here should be something like #555, like that. So I think this will help now. So I think if you write now, yeah, you can leave a feedback. So you can give it like the background color to be this color here, and also the background color that we have here to be the one that is in the text area. So now let's have now the last thing, which is the button. So I'm going to come here and add button, and then this button is submit. So when the person who received that parcel need to submit the feedback, so I'm going to have a class name here, and this one we can have different background color. So we can have 1E, so 1E, 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 like that. And then also we can have another thing like width. So the width here, we can have a width of 200 pixels. Also, we can have a padding of, let's say, 10 pixels. And also we can have text to be white. And we can have the cursor to be cursor pointer, like that. So let's see if this one will, how this one will look like. So you can see submit here. And also let me add the margin. So here we can have the margin. So the margin here can be 20 pixels, 20 pixels. So let's see how this one will look like. Yeah, you can see now we have now this part that we are calling submit. So if you write your feedback here, you need to submit. So that is it. And when you also click here, you can go back to my parcels. And then now we have finished working on the part for the front end right now. So I want to push my code so that I create another branch that is called integration, because in the next video, that's when we are going to start doing the integration, and then we are going to be done with our project. So I'm going to come here and let me first of all clear everything. I don't know if I have formatted my code. Let me format my code first of all here. Yeah, as you can see it there. So here I'm going to add git add here everything. I'm going to commit git commit, and then here I'm going to say finished working on front end like that. And I'm going to push now git push origin, and then origin front end, because that's the branch that you are working on. So after that, now we can add the passphrase. So passphrase here, like that. And then after that, now we'll be able now to push that code. And here, because you can see we have git branch, and then git branch right now, you can see we have we are on this branch that is called frontend. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create another branch, and to do that, I'm going to use git branch and then integration. So I'm hoping that I'm spelling it the way it should. So git branch integration, and here I can say git checkout. So that means that I want to switch to that integration branch, like that integration. So if I do git branch again, yeah, like that, you can be able to see that I'm in this branch that is called integration. And also the last thing that you need to do is to come here to this full stack parcel delivery system, and you'll be able to have a notification. So let me just come back here and maybe come here to this repo, and then I can click this full stack parcel delivery system here, and then if I have a notification, I can be able to pull request. But if we don't have a that one, or actually let me just go back and see. So since we don't have that anything right there, so we can just leave it like that. So now we have finished now working on our front end. So let me just show you in this diagram here. So we have finished everything inside here. So what we are left with is integration, and integration will be just an easier task. So now let's just leave this at this point. So we are going to continue in the other video as we are continuing to finish our project. So remember to like this video and also subscribe to this YouTube channel, so that also it may reach other people. And remember to just click on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Have a great day. See you in the Hello guys, and welcome to V8 TechWorks. I'm hoping that you're doing fine, and I'm very glad if you have come to this far. And today's video, we are going to start now integrating our application, because already we have created all the parts that we need. We have created our database, we have created our background services, we have created our backend here, and also we have created our front end. So in this video now, what we are going to do is that we are going now to continue integrating. As you can see these arrows here, this is what we are going to do now. So already we have actually connected our MongoDB with our backend here, and also our background services with our MongoDB here. So what we are going to do now is to make sure that we can be able to receive the data in our admin dashboard and also in our front end here. So let's get into the tutorial, and I'm going to start now. I'm going to start by integrating our admin dashboard here. But before that, if you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe to this YouTube channel, and also like this video so that it may reach many other people. Also, the other thing that you can do is to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So now let's get into the tutorial. What we are going to do here is to get into now our home page, and I'm going to just go to the home page here. And the first thing that I need to do is to make sure that this part here that we are calling our pie chart here displays information that relates to our application, because you can see here this is series A, series B, and series C. And here I want to show delivered parcel, also pending parcel, and maybe something like rejected parcels, or maybe something, or even I can be able to show all those data here. So let me show you what we are going to do. So here I'm going to get into admin here, and I'm going to go to the home page. So this where we have our admin here, this where we have our parcel, our pie chart, sorry. And now inside here you can see this is the series A. So here we can call this something like pending parcels. So pending parcels, like that. And also we can have delivered parcels, so delivered parcels. And also we can have something like now rejected parcel, or rejected, or maybe something, yeah, rejected. Let me just add here rejected parcels, like that. And here I can just say this one is like 2. Here we have like this is 10. So if I go back to my application now, you'll see that here we have this a pie chart has another shape, and you can see we have added this data here. So you can add now the data here for the value. For example, here you can add the pending parcels here, delivered parcels here, and also rejected parcels there. So we are going to first of all also go to the other parts. So if I come here and we go to this part here that we are calling parcels, you'll be able to see that here for the edit we are not seeing the button for edit, and also here for the delete we cannot be able to see the delete icon. So I know where the problem is because I investigated that. So I'm going to get into this part that we are calling parcels in our admin dashboard, and right here where we made a mistake is just right here where we have edit button here. If you check here, we have this render cell. So this one is chemo case, so this one is render, and then cell here start with capital C. And if we do that, we'll be able to see that that button now is displayed here. Also the same for the delete. So I'm going to come down here and also change this to capital C, just like that. And let's see. So if I do that, you can be able to see this icon for delete here, but right now you can see this one is actually black. We want it to be red. So what we can do is that we can use class name here, and we can say text. We can give it a text of red. Let me add here red, and then 500. Another thing is that we can have it as a cursor pointer, and then also margin. We can give it a margin of, let's add a margin of 2. I think this will be okay. 2, and if you hover over here, you can see it is 0.5 REM. So if I go back here, you'll be able to see that now we have this icon here, and it is red, and also the cursor is pointer, and you can add the margin if you want to. So now when you get also to the users here, the same, you'll be able to see that we cannot be able to see this delete here. And let me copy this. First of all, let me copy this, and I'm going to get into this place where we have users. So let me just come here to users, and right here I'm going to get into this part. Let me see. So I have this part up here. So after now, or before the rows here, we have columns, and right here you can be able to see this part here. So I can be able to add or to correct the render cell, and then also I can paste now our icon for deleting. So if I do that, you can also be able to see that we have that icon here. And now what is left for us is to be able to fetch the data from our backend, and already you can see our postman here that we used in data videos. So let's do that now. Let's use now, or see how we can be able to make sure that we fetch the data from our backend. And to do that, we are going to require one package that is very popular, and that package is called Axios. So I'm going to install that. So I'm going to get here and to the terminal, and then new terminal. I'm going to open a new terminal, and in here I'm going to add npm install Axios, like that. And then this is a very small package, so it won't take time. So also I'm going to just push this down. I'm going to get into this part here that you are calling source, and I'm going to now create or make sure that I create another file. So I'm going to close this one and also this for the users. So I'm going to get into this source file here, and I'm going to create a file that is called request methods, yeah, like that, .js. And then also let me add it there. So if I now close these pages, you can be able to see where it is. It is inside this source, and or in the root of this source folder here. So here I'm going to make sure that I import the package Axios. So Axios, like that, from now Axios. Let me do that. You can be able to see it there. So, and then the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a base URL. So base underscore URL, like that. And this is now the URL for our API. So our API is here. So API is in local machine. So this is localhost. And then the other thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to have the API to the port that our API is running at. So our API is running on port 8000. Let me check here. So if you check here, you can be able to see we are actually running on 8000. So let me do that. And also here we can add something like API, and then it is version 1 like that. So now the other thing that I'm going to do is to create a function or an instance that I'm going to export. So here I'm going to do export const, and then here this will be public request, or even you can call it request. And then here I'm going to add now Axios, and we are going to have create like that. And this is a function that has this part here that is called an object that has accept an object. So here we can have base URL. So you can see base URL here will be now be having the base URL that we added here, just like that. So that is very simple, and I can cross this. So now inside here, what we can be able to do now, we are not going to have this data that is, you can see this row data here, rows data, which is just data that is hard coded. So what I'm going to do, because I want this data to come from my database, I'm going to make sure that I delete everything here until there. So here I'm going to make sure that the other thing that I do is that I'm going to create a variable here. So I'm going to create a state first of all. So I'm going to call this data, and I'm going to have here set data like that. So here I'm going to use state, because it will be like a state like that, and use state here, and the value here will be an array. So if you check here, I have imported use state here from from React. So that is a hook. So also I'm going to get here and have use effect. So I'm going to use use effect to fetch the data. So I'm going to import it from now. If you scroll up here, you'll be able to see how I've already imported it also from React here. And I think the efficient way to do this is to just import it here, use effect. So use effect just like that. I'm going to get into here now, and then use effect hook here takes two arguments. The first argument that it takes is now the use effect, what it takes is a function, and here this function doesn't have a name, so it's an anonymous function. And then the other one is dependencies, and then dependencies here is just an array. So here we can add the dependencies that we want. So for now we don't have dependencies. So now inside here use effect, we can have a function. So here we are going to call this function get parcels, and it's just a normal function, an arrow function, just like that. So let me have it here. And after that, now down here we can call it. So here we can call the get parcels function here. So here what you can do is to can give a sync like that. Also inside here what we can do is now we can have a try catch. So try catch here like that. And here we can have const response, and then here I can say await. So now I'm going to use my public request. You can be able to see it here. So I have imported it, and then here the function will be get, and then this one is we are getting now the parcels. As you can see here, we are going to visit this URL parcels. So after that, now there is something that we need to do. Now here we need to set now our variable with now response.data, because that's where the data is coming from. So the other thing is here we can console log the error. So let's console log this error. If there is any error, now you'll be able to see it there. So, and then also I can format my code. So format my code. I don't know. Now the other thing that we need to do here is that now here we need to change it now from rows to data, because that's where our data is coming from. But even if we do this, there is something that this won't work, because there are things that you need to do, but that's going to show you. So if I save this and then come back here to parcels, so if I come to the parcels here, I think this one will not work, I think so, because of several things. So I have reloaded it like that, and then let me see here, it is in the parcels here. So after it reload, you'll be able to see that we are not going to see the parcel here, and that's because we need to do several things in this data grid. We need to just make sure that we do a bit of things inside this data grid. So it is loading, so it's taking time, and you can see already here it's giving us error. And to see, you can be able to see the error here, and this is, you can see MUI or material UI. The data grid component requires all rows to have a unique ID property. So that's what we are going to do to make sure that all rows have a unique ID property. So to do that, you need to come here to data grid. So just come here, and after maybe rows here, you can have something that we call get row ID, like this one here. And then here we can be able to accept the row like that, and then we are going to have now the row ID. So it will be row underscore ID, because this is the ID from MongoDB. So if I now format this like that, and then come back now to this application, let me see if I have saved this. And then if we reload again, now I think it can be able to show us the data. So you can see the data here, and you can see the data is, we are only have two, right now we only have two parcels. So what I'm going to do right here is to make sure that also the data here is correct. So here I can just say sender name. So also here we can have, so this is the field name. So this one also is like let me add here recipient name like that. So let's see. So if I do that now, you can be able to see now the data here. So that is how you make sure that you can be able to at least make sure that you add, or how to show the data here in your data grid. So the other thing that you need to do is that to make sure that you see the ID here, I think I need to come here, and this time, this one I'm going to change it to underscore ID, because in MongoDB we use underscore ID, not ID. And then now you can be able to see that ID here. So that is it. And also now I think I can format this part here. So format that. And then also I think the other thing that I can be able to do is that I need to make sure that I can be able to go to edit page. So let's come here to the edit. So I need, when I click on this part here, so let me show you. So when I click this part here, I go to the edit part of this parcel, or for this parcel that I have selected here. So let's do that. So if I come back here, so I'm going to first of all remove everything here, and I want to use a link. So link here. So link is, I think this link is from React Router DOM. You can see we have imported it there. So now inside here, this is where we are going to have our button. So I'm going to format my code right here, and then here I need to use two like that. So this one we need to interpolate here, and we can have now inside here we can have parcel and then the ID. So here we need to have the parcel and then the ID. So here we cannot be able to get dash like this. We cannot be able to get like underscore ID like that, or underscore ID like that, because this won't work. So what I'm going to do here, you need to accept something that is called params. And then here now we are going to use params.id. So if you read the documentation of this data grid, material UI data grid, you'll be able to understand what I'm saying. So if I save this and then go back here and try and go this way, you can be able to see that we are going to this part where we have this you can see here we are going to go to this part where we can be able to edit that page. But this is not the correct way to do it, because you can see here we have undefined. You can be able to see that here it's defined. We were not able to get the data or the ID, that is. So we need to see how we can be able to get the ID of this what we are calling this edit button here. So let's try to do that. So here I think we need to have a row and then .id. I think I forgot to add the row here. So if I save this and then try and go back here, you can be able to see that here up here you can see the ID of this parcel, because this ID here is what we are going to use to fetch one ID inside here. So also let me first of all make sure that I can also be able to delete this part here, or maybe first of all let me go to the parcels here, or the users, sorry. But before that, I think I can be able to make sure that I can be able to delete here. So let me do that. So I'm going to create a function down here. So this function here, const handle delete like that, and then here we are going to accept the ID. So this is an arrow function, so like that here, and then inside here I can do try catch. So try catch like that, and then let me just make sure that I now call the here what I'm await, and then here is async. Now here we can be able to make sure that we delete. So public request like that dot delete it there, and then also we can specify here the part or the where we are going to make sure that we able to delete. So the first thing that we need to do is to also make sure that we go to the parcels. So parcels route, so parcels, and then here I'm going to pass in the ID. So the ID, this ID that we have, that we are accepting as an argument here. And then now what I'm going to do here is console log. We are going to console log error, or we can be able to show the error if you want to. So here I need to make sure that I format the code here. So the other thing is to make sure that now we can be able to use this handle delete function. So to do that, I'm going to come here to where we have delete. So where we have this delete icon here, and inside here we can have on click. Let's add on click here like that, on click. And then here we can have now what we calling now the function. So I'm going to add it like this way. So this one is handle delete. You can be able to see it there. And inside here now we can pass in the ID. And remember what we are passing the ID, how we are passing the ID. Here we accept first of all the params, and then after we get the params here, we accept params here dot row dot underscore ID like that. So that's how we'll be able to delete that. And also here we are going to make sure that when we delete, we reload so that we see the remaining parcel. So here we can say window dot location dot reload like that, and then now that will be okay now. So if we are okay with that, now let me format this. So now let's go to the users page. So I'm going to close this and users. So let's go to the users page here, and we are going to do the same. First thing that I need to do here is to make sure that I delete this row data here, these rows, because this where we are going now to get our data from our database. So remove this like that, and inside here now we have to use effect. So use effect here, so from the React. So here we need to have where we have the function as our first argument, like that, and also we can have the independencies. So inside here now we can have the function that fetches the data, but what we are going to do here is, first of all, we are going to have the data variable, so data, and then set data like that, and here we are using use state, using use state here, and then here this is an array of data. So here this is use state. I think I can import it in one line. So let me just use remove this, and then add here use state like that. And now I can be able to come here and make sure that inside here I'm going to have a function. So I'm going to call this function get users, and this one is an arrow function. So get users here, and I'm going to call it here immediately get users there. And then here this one is async function, so async. And then the other thing here that I'm going to do is I'm going to have try catch here. So then I'm going to format here. First of all, I don't know if it will work because I have error. So yeah, it is working. So let me first of all come here and console log the error. So console log the error like that, and then here I can be able to make sure that I use now the public request, but I'm going to get first of all the response. So and then here I can say await now public request here, and then I'm going to get here, and I'm going to get users like that. So after that, now we can be able to set the data. So I'm going to have const data like that. Actually not that, I'm going to set data, and then here we can get the data from response.data like that. So I'm going to make sure that I can format this, and then the other thing is to replace now here from the rows here to be, now it will be data, so like that. So another thing that we need to do is to have that get data, so or the maybe making sure that every row has a unique ID. So I'm going to have get row ID here like that, and then here we can get the row. Remember what we did in the other video, so we can get the ID here or the row, and then we can just have row dot underscore ID like that, as simple as that. So I'm going to format this, and I want to see if we can get now, or we can be able to see that information in our users page here. So if I do that, you can be able to see that we have our one user here, and here we cannot be able to see the ID and the full name. So let me do that. So if I come up here to where we have columns, so this one will be underscore ID, and also this one will be full name. So this one will be full name as we are calling it in our database. And if I do that, let's see here, you can be able to see that this is very you can be able to see the ID and also the full name here. So the other thing that you need to make sure that you do is to make sure that when you delete here, you can be able to delete. So let's do that. So I'm going to format this first of all to remove the spaces, and I can come down here and do that. So const handle delete like that, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to have the ID, or actually the ID here, accept the ID, and then here I can be able to now do the other functions. So this is a delete function. So let me come up here and have a try catch, because we can have the error here, and this one will be sync because we don't know the time that it will take to delete this parcel in our database. So here I'm going to have a wait. We are going to have public request like that, and then here we can have now, let me add here as users and then ID. So I'm going to have now the ID that I accept as an argument there. So the other thing that I'm going to do is console log, to console log the error here. So console log the error. And then after this, now what we can be able to do is make sure that this handle delete, you can put it here in our icon for this one here. So let's do that. So here is on click like that. So remember this one, we are calling this function when we hit this icon. So here we can have now handle delete, and remember now to get that ID we need to accept params here. So that params, and then here we can have now params and dot row and then dot underscore ID, just like that. Also, here in our function, we can make sure that we reload that page when we successfully delete that we successfully delete that parcel. So location dot reload, you can be able to use it here like that. So already you can be able to see it there. So just like that. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see that we have our user here, and I don't want to delete it right now, but I have already implemented the functionality to delete it. So the other thing that we can do is to make sure that we are able to add parcels in our database, or make sure that we add parcels. So to do that, you can come to the parcels and the new parcels, and this is where you need to make sure that you can be able to add that information, or this you can be able to capture the data from this input and then make sure that you create that parcel. So let's do that. First thing that we need to do is to make sure that when you click this button here, you are going to have a toast. So I'm going to use a package in React that is called Toastify. So I'm going to come here and Google Toastify npm, something of the sort, and then you'll be able to see how you're going to see how you can be able to use Toastify. So you can visit here Toastify npm, React Toastify pm npm, and then here you can be able to see all the Toastify that you can create, and it's very, very simple, and also the very best way of creating Toastify. So I'm going to copy this one, so that we can this command here, so that we can be able to install it. So I'm going to come here to my code and open a new terminal. So I'm going to open a new terminal here like that, and I think I can actually use this. So here I can be able to get into my admin. So let me see if I can come here and get to my admin like that. And here I can be able to just make sure that I use this React Toastify here. So I need to install it, and as if, and when it is installing, you can be able to see how to use it. So the first thing that you need to do is to make sure that that toast container here, and first thing that you need to do is to import toast container here, and also you need to import React Toastify and then this CSS file, so that it will be able to be displayed easily. So let's do that. So here I want to see it. So let me just come back here, and already it has been added as a package. So I'm going to push this down again, and the first thing that you need to do here is to make sure that you import this. So import toast container and toast here like that, and I'm going to import it here like that. So the first thing that I also am going to do is to make sure that here where we have before we before we start now having this new user and everything here, we need to have that toast file. Or what you can do also is to make sure that your toast container is inside this div. So actually I've done it wrong. It should not be here. This is, we are on users. So let me just save this, and then I'm going to come here to new parcel. So I've not changed the new page here to new parcel here. So I'm going to import it up here like that. And then the other thing that you need to do here is to accept the toast container. If you check here in their documentation, you can be able to see you need to add this toast container. So I'm going to make sure that I add that toast container. Let me just add it after this button, so like that. So now the other thing is to make sure that here we can have handle change, that we correct everything from our inputs. So because I want this to be a very effective way of correcting, and a very good way of organizing our data, or correcting our data. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to have a one variable that is called inputs, and then this input will be object, and this object will have all of our data that we are going to capture from our inputs. So here we need to have a or set inputs, and then here we can have now this one as use state. We use use state here, and then this use state here is from React. So you can see here this is from React here, and this is object. So after this, now I'm going to have a function here that is called handle inputs or handle change. Let me call it handle change, and this one is a bit different function. First of all, what we are going here is to capture the previous, so as an argument, so the previous inputs or the data that you have corrected in your inputs. So here also we can now have set inputs. So set inputs here, and what we can do here is first of all accept the previous or the previous data that you had, and then also inside here this one will be like a function like that, and then here you can be able to return. So now let's return here. So we are going to return an object, but this object has a previous information, and then here we are going to have the name. So I'm going to use target, so the target and dot name here like that, and then here we are going to have the value. So we are going to have the name and the value. So let me just add e dot here. Also this one is e dot target like that dot value like that. So if you are not understanding, I'm going to show you how that means. So here this is an event. So we are going to have the event here. We accept the event, and then we are going to have the previous data that we have corrected in our inputs, and then we are going to spread that previous data and also add now the new one from getting the name and the value, because this prev also it will be an object of name and value. So we are going to show you how to, or how to make sure that you understand. So here in the input here we are going to have name. So for example, here the name will be from how we call it in our database, and then here we can have the on change. So on change event, and this where we are going to have handle change, as simple as that. So here I'm going to copy this because I'm going to use it in every input. So I'm going to add it here. So for this one is 2. So this is 2, and then handle change is the same. Also we are going to have let me just come here to the sender name. So I'm going to have sender name here. So after input here we can have sender name. So sender name, the way we call it in our database so that we can be able to add it. So also here we have recipient name. So let me add here recipient name, like that. Also here we have the sender email. So sender email. So sender email, like that. And then also down here we can have recipient email. So recipient email, recipient email. And then also here we can have like weight. So this is weight as we are calling it in our database. So weight, like that. And then also here we can have the cost. So the cost here, let's have a cost like that. And then the other thing is that here we can have the date. So the date here, so this is date. So this is just date, and the way we call it in our database. But this one also we need to change here, because this one can be like date 6 June, that is 2024, something of the sort. Also we can have here in our text area, we can have the name. This one will be note, like that. And then here what we are going to do is to make sure that we can be able to see that data, how the data will be looking like. So I'm going to come up here, and what I can do is I think we can be able to, let me just come up here first thing. So I'm going to have a function here in our this button, so that when you click this here we can be able to push our data to our database. But I'm going to show you something. So here I'm going to say handle add parcel. So handle add parcel, like this one I have misspelled. So handle add parcel. So now here I'm going to copy this, like that, copy it, and I'm going to come up here. So let me come back here, and then I'm going to have a const here that way. So then here we can have now the information. So let's come back here. So let's come back here where we have this, and then here we can be able to do various things. So for example, if we don't want that page to reload, we can have an event here, and do event.prevent default reloading, so like that. And then the other thing is that I want, when I click this button here, for now I want to make sure that I console log the inputs, so the data that we have, so that we understand what we did here. So let's do that. So I'm going to come up here, and in our application here, I'm going to open my console log, or the console here, so that we can be able to see the information that will be here. So let me open the console here, like that. So if I click here, you'll be able to see, like we cannot be able to see the like any data. So if I add here, like for example this data here, so why I cannot be able to see, why we cannot be able to see the data here. So I don't know why. So here we have the problem. If we have any problem, here is a new parcel, and it is here. So let me make sure that I save this, and then also, okay, maybe it's because of here. So let me just remove this. So if I do that, and then let me reload again. So I think that is what was preventing me from clicking that. So let me click here. So if I click here, I cannot be able to see the data. So I think there's somewhere that we have there's somewhere I have made mistake. Let me come here to the button, and I think this is where I made the mistake. So let me see. This is actually, this one should be on click, not on change. So this one is on click event. So that's why I made the mistake. So if I come back here to the function that I have here, so let's try and make sure that we can be able to see. So if I click here, you can be able to see that this is an object and this is an empty object. So let me add the information here. If I do that, you can be able to see from, and then you can see here this is an array. So I don't know why this is array right here. So let me make sure that I correct that. So here in our inputs, so this one should not be an array. So let me remove this. I think this is where the problem is, like that. So let me make sure that I change that. And when I reload again here, and make sure that we have here the information, and then click here, you can be able to see from, and then this one, if I come here and add the weight, also you can be able to see the weight. So it's taking the previous information and then add the new information, like that. So I think you can be able to see now like how you use this one. So I'm going to close this now because I know that you have understood. So now the other thing that we are going to do is to make sure that we submit our data here. And to do that now, it will be very easy. So the first thing that we are going to do is to have a try catch here. And then here I can have a sync here, like that. And then also we are going to have like a wait here. So a wait, and then we are going to use public request. So public request here, and then I'm going to post, and then I'm going to post to parcels route, and then here I can be able to add the inputs. So I'm going now to just send the inputs. This is the data that you are going to send, and this is array, or an object, sorry, an object of the information that you are collecting from our inputs. So here I'm going to have console.log. We can see the error, if we can be able to see the error here. So I'm going to format this, and here you can be able to see we are pushing this data here, but we want to see we want when we just paste, or when we just make sure that we have successfully added that to our database, we need to show the toast. So I'm going to now take the toast here from the React toast file, and I'm going to add. Now I'm going to have this success. You can see here you can use .danger, or maybe I don't know, info. I think so. Yeah, you can see we have info and many other, but mine I'm going to use success, and then inside here you can add the message. For example, here I can add the message like parcel has been successfully added or saved. Let me use saved to the database, like that. So I think that is the way it should be. So I'm going to save this, and the other thing that I'm going to do is to try and make sure that I now try to add that parcel. So for example, here I can just add from something like Sydney, Australia, or AUS, and then the weight here will be that 23. Also here we can have the like to Michigan, maybe USA. The total cost here will be $200. Here the recipient is James Doe, like that. And also have here the date is something like the today's date, or the yesterday date, the date that you want. Here we can have Jane Doe. So here we can have now the note. The note is hold it up, like that. I think so. That I think is a good note. So here the sender name, I'm going to use my emails. So here the email, this one here. And right now, because the background services is not running, you not be able to receive the email. So here we can have a lock Mondala here 199 at gmail.com, like that. So let's try and add this to our database. So when I click here, you need to be able to see that you cannot be able to see that information. So let me just open my inspect here, and let me see if we have any error. So here we have failed to load. The server responded with a status of 401. So that is unauthorized, and I think I know why we have that. So let me first of all come back here, and we have our backend. Then we come to our routes here, and then our parcel here. So let me add here. You can see here we have the error here. So we have that verify the token, and right now we are not using the token. We'll do that later on. So let me now try and save. Now just make sure that I save now to the database. So if I do that, you can be able to see this toast here. Parcel has been successfully saved to the database. And if I come to the parcels here, you can be able to see now that we have added another one here, which is this from Sydney to Michigan. So that is it. I think now you have understand what you are able to do to integrate or to fetch the data from the database, and also make sure that other things like be able to delete the parcel. So I think that's okay for now in this video. I don't want this video to be longer than this. Make sure that you subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video. Have a great day. I'll see you in the next. Hello and welcome to V8 Tech Work. So today we are going to continue integrating our application. So in the last video, we actually looked at how we can be able to integrate our admin dashboard with our backend. And also we are going to continue doing that. But here, if you go to now the parcels here, you can be able to see that this data is coming from our database and also for the users. And then the other thing that we did is that we handled new parcel where we can be able to add information here and then save it to a database. The information here is the for parcel. So if you haven't subscribed in this YouTube channel, kindly subscribe and also like this video. The other thing that you can do is to turn on the notification bell so that you will be notified the next time I upload a new video. So right now I'm going to start by pushing the code. So I'm going to open my terminal here, and then I'm going to clear everything. If I do git branch right here, let's see what is there. You can see we have admin, backend, background services, frontend, integration, and master. So right now we are working on this integration branch here because we are working on integrating our backend with our frontend and admin. So let's do that. So I'm going to add the code that I added in the previous video. So I'm going to commit also. So git commit, and here I can say started integration with our backend. You can just comment what you want. So started integration with our backend, and right there I have now committed. So I want to push now. So I'm going to push my integration branch. So git push origin and then integration, which is our branch. So like that. So let's see. So I'm going to add my passphrase here. And then the other thing that I need to do is I'm going to do now the pull request. Already here you can be able to see pull request, and you can see even the URL here. So I'm going to copy this URL here, and I'm going to go there direct. So if you haven't gone through the other videos, kindly go through the other videos so that you understand what you are doing right here. So here you can see comparing master. Here you can be able to see that it's checking for compatibility. So here I can be able to create a pull request right there, and we'll be able to check, or it's checking for ability to merge automatically. So let's merge pull request and then confirm merge. So after it have merged, and then let's go back into my GitHub here. And also remember that you can follow my GitHub so that also you'll be able to see the code that I contribute. So that is it. So I think now it has been merged. So I'm going to close this tab now. So that is it. So let's continue with in our integration. So what we are going to do, we are going to make sure that we can be able to update our parcel. So I'm going to come here to the parcels. So here is the where you list all parcels, as you can see here. So when you click edit here, you are going to see that you are going into this ID. So the parcel and then this ID here. So here I want us to be able to see the parcel that we have selected. For example, if we have come here and maybe selected this one here, this parcel here, if I do that, you'll be able to see that we have that ID up here in my URL. So I want to use this URL here to fetch that specific parcel. So let's do that. So here I'm going to come here in admin and then in pages where we have the parcel here. So I'm going to come up here first thing, and what we are going to do is to make sure that we can get the ID from the URL here. So we are going to take this URL from ID from that URL. So first thing that I'm going to do here is let me make sure that I use location. So I'm going to have location here. So have a location, and this one we are going to get it from use location, which is from React Router DOM. So because I cannot be able to see it here auto completed, so I'm going to import it manually. So I'm going to come up here and import. I'm going to import, and then here I can be able to make sure that I import. Now I'm going to import from React Router DOM, so you can be able to see it here. And in here I'm going to have use location. This is what I want to import here, use location, like that. So here we are going to have that as our hook or our function. So use location here. So the other thing that I need to do in order for me to get now the ID, so I'm going to create a variable here called parcel ID, like that. And then here I can be able to just make sure that I use location. So location here, and then after location we can be able to use path name, because now we can be able to access now the like that URL. So we are going to have the path name. So and then we are going to split. So let's do the split. So if we split here, we are going to split according to forward slash, where we have forward slash, and then we are going to we're going to have array, and then using that array we can select the second element, which will be our parcel ID. So after that, now the other thing that I'm going to do now, because I have this parcel ID, is that I can be able to fetch now that specific parcel. So I'm going to have use effect, so that we can be able to make sure that you can see here we have I imported it. So the other thing that I'm going to do here, let me create a state here that will hold our parcel. So const, and then here we are going to have a parcel. So let's do that, a parcel, like that. And also here we can have set parcel, and then here this one we are going to use state. You can be able to see it there, use state. And then this one will be just an object, so that object will be an object of that parcel. So and then here I want it to be imported in just one in just one line of code. So both use effect and use state. So I'm going to have use effect here, like that. So since we have this, now we can be able to fetch our data. So remember, our use effect here takes a callback function or a function as a first argument, and then the other argument is just our dependencies. So right here, our dependencies will be now our parcel ID, because when a parcel ID changes, that means that will be a different will be able to be a different parcel. So we are going to use this as our dependencies there. So inside here, I can create now the function. I can say get parcel or get single parcel, the way you want to call it. So this is just a normal function. Inside now I use effect hook. So I'm going to call here get parcel. So get parcel just like that. And then this one will be async like that. So inside here we are going to have try catch. So try and then catch here. Just like that. I'm going to make sure that I get the response. So here I'm going to use await and then public request. So I'm going to use public request here. So I cannot be able to import it direct. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get where we had the parcels, and then I'm going to import this public request here. So I'm going to import it. Let me just come here and import it. So copy that, and then I'm going to come up here and import it right here. So here we have public request, and then if we have this public request here, what we are going to do is that now we can be able to use the method that you want. Here we are going to use get, and then here I can be able to get access this route here that we are call parcels, and then slash. So here we can access this route parcels and slash find, and then here we can be able to add now the parcel ID you are going to pass. So let me just come here, and we are going to have now plus parcel ID. So parcel, we have a parcel ID right here. So if I do that now, I'll be able to have my response, and then let me just go back here. So I don't know why it is coming there. So here we can have now set, and now this is set parcel. So you can be able to see set parcel here, and I can do res.data, and then that is it now. So here I'm going to console log error. If I have any error, I'm going to console log it here. And then here the other thing that I can be able to do is I'm going to format my document, and then now I can be able to use this parcel and display it in these inputs here. So for example, here if I have the placeholder here, rather than me coming here and adding a dummy data, I can be able to come here and add something like parcel. So parcel dot from. So let's see if this will work. So if we'll be able to fetch the data, or is able to fetch the data, and you can see, yes, it's fetching. So this one is Sydney, because if you go back now and for example come back here and for example choose this one for Ontario, you can see this is Ontario. So if I go back and make sure that I select this, you can see it is Sydney. So I can be able to replace now here using here placeholder. So for this one here, I'm going to use parcels, parcel.to, like that. And here also we can be able to use sender name. So this is sender name. So parcel dot sender name, just like that. Also here for the recipient name, so here we can have parcel dot recipient name, like that. Here also the sender email here. So we are going to have the sender parcel dot sender email, like that. And then I'm going to come also here, and this is where we are going to have recipient email. So this is parcel dot recipient email, like that. So also I can come back here and to this one, this is wait. So here we can have something like parcel, and then dot, let's say parcel dot something like weight, like that. Then I think here I can be able to add like grams, just like that. So I think it's not possible, so we can just leave it like that, or maybe you can even make sure that you add here like this, these ones here, these backticks. So let me just remove it. So also here for the cost, also we can be able to do that. We have the cost here. So here we can have the parcel dot cost. So also down here for the date. So here the parcel here, parcel dot date, parcel dot date, like that. And then also the other thing is the note here. So I think that's it's now okay. So here we have parcel dot, now what is this here? So here we have dot note, like that. So if I come back to now my code here, you'll be able to see that we already have this here. So the other thing that I want is for us to be able to make sure that we can update this. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to collect the information that you are typing in these inputs here. So to do that, let's come up here. I'm going to create the almost the variable that I created, or the state that I created in here in adding the new this new parcel. So I'm going to copy this, and also for the inputs here, and I'm going to copy that and add it here in the parcels, or in here in parcel. So I'm going to add it here like that. So, and then now we can be able to use this handle change there. So let's do that now. This will be very simple now, because we have where we can have inputs here, and also this handle change. So I'm going to show you how to use it if you have forgotten. So for this one here, we are going to have the name. So we have the name here. The name here will be from, and then the other thing is here we can have on change, and here we are going to have handle change. So handle change, just like that. So here we can be able to copy this, the name and the on change, so that we can be able to paste that and save some time. So here for this one also, here we can do that. So this one is 2 here. So we can have now this one for the text here, and then here we can have this one for, this one will be sender name, like that. So also here for the inputs, we are going to have recipient name. So recipient name, like that. Also here for the inputs, we need to have sender email. So this one we have sender email. So sender email, and also down here we can paste the other one here, which is, this one is recipient email. So recipient email. So for this one here also, we can have the weight. So this one is weight, and then also we have the cost here in the, as simple as you can see here. So this one is cost, and also we have this input for the date. So this one is date. So you need to match the name to the to how you are calling it in the database. So here, and then the last one here that we have is this text area. So this one is note, just like that. So that is it. So let's now create a function here. I've almost forgotten here. So this one will be on click, sorry. So this one will be on click, and here we can have handle update, like that, handle update. And then let me just copy this function here, right there. So copy this one here like that, and then I'm going to make sure that I now create that function here to be able to update my parcel. So I'm going to const and then the name of that function. This is an arrow function, so let's do that. So this one will be async, yeah, and then now what we can do here is to make sure that we can be able to update that parcel. And this is very simple, so I'm going to have a try catch inside here. So if we have error here, we can be able to console log, and also we can be able to show it if we want. For the toast, we can use toast, but for this one I'll just console log. And then the other thing that I'm going to do here is we are going to have a res, sorry, so here we are going to do await, and then I'm going to use public request. So public request, and then I'm going to use put because that is the function that is for updating. And the method for updating here, I'm going to use backtick, and I can now send the data to parcels, and then slash, here I need to now add the ID. So remember the ID is on the parcel ID, this one like that, and then we need to send the data that we want to update. So here I'm going to add the inputs just like that. So it's as simple as that. So we can try and see if it will update. So I'm going to come down here also. So then also here I don't want to show the delivered here, because remember that if our parcel has a status of 0, that means that's when you need to show this. So I'm going to make sure that I do that here. So I'm going to first of all cut this, and here I'm going to say parcel, if the parcel, so dot status is equals to 0, that means that we need to show another thing here. So we need to show like a span. So let me just add it there like this span, but because it's 0, that means it's pending. So actually not 0, it should be 1, because the email will be sent, and then the status will be updated to 1. So if the parcel has a status of 1, that means that we can show pending, and then here this one will be red rather than green. And then if it is not 1, so I'm going to paste this here, then we can show this delivered. And let me just make sure that I show here if it's let's say it is parcel status is 1, or maybe I can say all. So all, I can use those two pipes here. I can say if it is 0 or 1, then we can be able to see that that is pending. So let me do that. So if I save that and come back here, you'll be able to see that this one is pending. But also if I come back to the parcels and take, for example, this one here, you can see it is pending. Okay, let's check for this one here. You can see also this is pending. So we don't have the one that it is delivered for now. So you can see this is also like pending. So all of them are pending, but if the status is not 0 or 1, that means that that parcel is delivered. So, and then it will show the delivered here, and the other things here. So it is so let's just leave it like that. So I'm going to come back to now the users, and we want to register the new user. So I'm going to come up to this new user here. So let's close this first of all and open new user right here. And then this one will be very simple. So because I have already shown you various things, so for example, how to collect the information from the inputs. So I'm going to copy this here and copy it like that. So I'm going to come up here in this function, and the first thing that we need to do is to import this. So I think we can be able to just import useState here. So I think this, yeah, from React, and then here we have this handle change. So the other thing that we need to do is now to make sure that we can open, or we can be able to correct the information from the input. So let's scroll down. So for example, here now we have the full name. So here we can get the name. So the name here will be, for this one, the name here will be full name, like that. And also we can have on change. So on change here, we are going to give on change to handle change, like that. So I'm going to copy this so that we can be able to paste it and use it in different inputs. For example, this one. So here we are going to correct the email. So the name here is email. So also here we have the age. So let's do that. So this one is age. So I'm going to have age here. Then this one is handle change. So here we can have the country. So this one is country, country, like that. And then also we have the address here. So I think this is the last one. So this one is address, 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 like that. And then now here we can have a function, or event on click, and we have a function that we are going to call handle add user, like that. So let me make sure that I copy this. So let me copy this here and create that function up there. So copy here, like that. The other thing that I want to do is to come up here, and then I'm going to create that function. So const, then that's the function now. So this is the function here. So after now we have created this function, what we are going to do is that in this case here we want to auto generate the password. That's why if you come back here, you cannot be able to see we don't have like any input for our password, because I don't want, in a case where that the admin is the one who is creating password for the new user, and then that password is sent to the email of that user. I don't want that. I want a scenario where the password is auto-generated from our system. So what I did is that I created that function to generate a password. So if you check here, this is the function, and you can be able to copy it from my code in my GitHub. So you can copy it, and then before now handle add user here, you can be able to paste it here. So it's just a function to be able to help you generate a complex password. So generate password and everything here. So you can be able to see, you can go through it and see how it works. So after that, now I want to show you how we'll use this generate password, how we'll be able to have this or use this generate password function. So after that, you can come back here to handle add user, and then here we can have try catch. We need also here to have async, because this will be asynchronous function. So the other thing here is that we are going to create to have the password. So const password here, and then this password we are going to get it from generate password function. And because if you check down here, you can see after it has generated that strong password here, you'd be able to see that it returns password here. So calling that function here, so generate password, like that. Here we need now also to enter the length of the password that we want to generate. I'm going to have 6 or maybe 8, and it will generate a password that has 8 characters. So after that, now I can be able to make sure that I use now the password that I have here. So here I'm going to say await now, and then here we are going to have a public request, and then after public request you can be able to post now, because that is the URL that we can use to log in. So here is out, and then you are going to access register, and then the other thing that you are going to do is now we can be able to send our information here. So the information, we are going to spread the inputs here, and also the other thing that we are going to have is now our password. So let me see the password. Yes, like that. So if we have error, then we can console.log, and then we can be able to show the error here. So that is simple, as simple as that. So I think there's something that I wanted. So I wanted to make sure that I'll be able to show the toast when but the user has been registered in our system successfully. So let me save this, and I'm going to come here to new parcel. So I'm going to copy this. So from here, toast container, and also this one here. So let me copy this, and right here, if for the new user, I'm going to import now Toastify, toast container and toast, and then also we are going to import this toast react toast toastify.css. So then the other thing that I'm going to do is that let me add toast container here after the container, because this is something that you need to do in order for the toast to work. So toast here, so import the toast or add the toast container there. The other thing is that after now, if it is successful, that means that our code will get here. Our code will get, let me just come here. So our code will get here. So you need to have toast, and then here you can have toast dot now the success right there. And here you can be able to add a message like user has been successfully let's say registered, and has been successfully registered, and also an email, or we can just leave here user has been successfully registered. So now that's how now you can be able to use Toastify. And also if you want to show like an error, you can be able to come here and add toast and then .danger. I think it's .danger or something of the sort, .danger, and then you can be able to show something like error dot message, I think so, or something of the sort, something like that. So I think it's okay now. So let's try and now register this user. But what I'm going to do is that also I'm going to open a new terminal and run the background services, because I had forgotten to run the background services. So background services here, and then here we can have nodemon, and then index.js, like that. So this one actually it will be able to send some emails, you can see here. So because there were some package that there were some parcels that we had not be able to send the emails because background services was not running. So I can come right here and add. So for example, this one I can be able to say let's say James. Okay, so the email here, I'm going to use my personal email. So like that one, like that. So here I can say the age here is maybe 27. Also here I can say I'm from Australia, and then the other thing is maybe the order venue, the address, venue 2524005, maybe Australia, something of the sort. Maybe let me add as caps. So if I try and add here, so let's see. So you can see user has been successfully registered here on the top right. So if I go back inside my my email, so let's go into my email, so and see if I have received that email for welcoming me in the system, and then I will also be able to see like the password that I'm going to use now to register or to get into the system. So you can see here, welcome to send it. So I'm going to open it, and right here you can be able to see hello James K, your login credentials. So we have my email here and also my password here to log into. Now you can be able, if you click here, you'd be able to be directed now to the login page. Please keep this credential privately, don't share it with anyone. If you did not register for a send it account, please ignore this email. If you have any question, please don't hesitate to contact us at now this email. So you can see how beautiful it is, and then now we are able to at least have that user registered here, and that is it. So I don't want this video to be longer than this. So in the next video, we are going to continue integrating, and think the other video we are going to jump into our front end, and we are going to look at how we can be able to make sure that we integrate our backend with our front end, and then we are going to be over with the project. So if you haven't subscribed to this YouTube channel, kindly subscribe and also like this video, and also turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. See you in the next video. Have a great day. Hello and welcome to V8 TechWorks. So today we are going to continue integrating our backend with our admin dashboard, and also we are going to look at how we can be able to achieve or integrate authentication on our front end. So we are going to use Redux and Redux toolkit, and also we are going to make sure that we can persist the data in our front end. So in this video, first thing that we are going to start with is to make sure that we can be able to show the data here for the users for delivered parcel and also for pending parcels here. And also we are going to see if we can be able to show that data here in this pie chart. So let's try and do that. So before that, kindly remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel and also like this video, and maybe turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. So now let's get into the tutorial. So in every video, what we are trying to start with is we are going to push our code. So I'm going to come into this folder where we have our project, and the other thing that I'm going to do here is to make sure that I add the code that I added in the previous video, and then let us commit that. So git commit right now, because already in other video I have added or have actually explained about how we are tracking our code. I won't be able to do all that in this video, because you can go to the previous video and you'll understand. So in here I'm going to say continue with integration like that, integration, and then I'm going to push my code. So git push and then origin, and this time we are pushing integration branch. So let's do that. So and then also now we are going to add our passphrase, and then we can do the pull request. So let us push that code, and here you can be able to see that we have pushed the code. So let's check if we have pull request. So if I come here to my GitHub, you'll be able to see that we are going to have that pull request. So let me go to repos, and then we are pushing to this one here. So let me just click it, and here you'll be able to see this notification here. Integration had recent pushes 24 seconds ago. So I'm going to compare. So let me click here, compare, and pull request. And then here I can come to create pull request. And then after that, now we can be able to checking for ability to merge automatically. and here we can be able to merge pull request and then confirm merge, and then after that, now that will be the end of that merging. So now I'm going to close this and then continue here in our home page to be able to show users delivered parcel and pending parcels. So let me do that. So I'm going to close this navbar here and also menu, so that I am going to deal only with the home. So I'm going to open home here, and I'm going to fetch the data first of all from our backend. As you know, right now we are using use effect. So let's do that. So here I'm going to do use effect. So use effect from, I'm going to get it from React. So just like that, you can see it has been imported here. The other thing is that here I need to make sure that I have the users and the parcels and variable. So here, so let me make sure that I import it. So here like that, and this, it will be array. So this one will be for parcels. So I'm going to have parcel here, and set parcels here. So the other thing is that also I'm going to copy this and paste it down here, and then this one will be for the users. So let me do that, and then here we have for the users, set users like that. So again, I want this to be imported in one line, both use effect and use state. So use state here like that. So if I do that, then it will be okay. So now I want to use this use effect here, and then use effect, the first argument in use effect here is just a function, and then we are going to have dependencies. Right now we don't have dependencies, so we are going to leave it like that. So here, inside here, I'm going to create a function. So let me create a function here called get parcels like that, and then let me have it like that. I'm going to call that function here get parcels, and then inside here now we are going to try and be able to now fetch the data. So inside here I can have async right here, because we are going to fetch the data and it will be asynchronous. So here we can say try catch, so that if we have error we can be able to get that error. So here I'm going to have const, and then this here is a await. So here we are going to call our public request. So public request, let me have it here. So I'm going to import it because it's as if we cannot be able to at least make sure that we can be able to import it. So let me come up here and copy it. So copy like that, and then up here where we have importing, we can be able to import there the public request. So I'm going to use public request. You can be able to see it there. And then this one is a get request, and we are getting from this route that is called parcels like that. And then the other thing that we can do here is we can be able to set parcels. So set parcels, and then right here we can say res.data like that, because that's where we have the data. So here we can say console.log, and then this one we can be able to show the error here, to console log the error. The other thing is that also we can be able to format my code. So format the code here, and then I can be able to copy this and then also paste it down here, but this time this one will be users. So let's do that. So users, and also here will be users. I think get users here will be also set users like that. Also here it will be get users. So this one will be just fine. So, and then also this, we are going to access all users. Let's see. So users like that. So I think now this one will be okay. And then if I come up here and see where the where we are having the error. So now we need to make sure that we use these parcels and users here to get the number of parcels that are delivered and the parcels that are pending. Also for the users here, we just need to show all users that we have in our system. In this case, what we are going to do is that, remember, for a parcel that has a status of 1, that means it's pending, but a parcel that has a status of 3, that means that it has been delivered. So we are going to do filtering, and remember, you can do the filtering on your backend, and also you can do your filtering on the front end. In our case, we are going to do our filtering on our fronted, that because we need to make sure that our system is not making unnecessary requests to our backend, and let us do that. So for example here, the first thing that I'm going to have is number. We can say something like users count here, and we can be able to use users and say users.length, because this is an array. So that is a function in array, or a property in an array. So this one should be just users count. So here we need for the parcels, and I want to show you how for the parcel, and I had already prepared that. So I'm going to come up here and copy these 2 lines of code here. So copy that, and I'm going to paste it down here like that. So this one is just for delivered count, where we have parcels, and you can see what we are doing is that we are going to take parcels and then we filter, and then we take the parcel and we are going to filter using the status of 3. That means is a delivered parcel. And also for pending, we are filtering using a status of 1. So let's do that now. We can be able to show this variable here, or these numbers in our system. And to do that, in case here, for example, for the pending parcels here, what we can do is that we can just make sure that we can display it here. Let me just show you. So here we can have pending, so pending count. So I think it is called pending count. Let me just confirm that. So it's pending count, yeah. So we have delivered count also. So let's make sure that we do that. Yeah, so we can have pending count here. So that is for pending parcel. If I come here also, we can have, this one is for the users. So I can use users count here. So users count like that. And then I think the other one is for delivered. I think that I'm not able to show that, but it's right here. So for delivered parcels, so we can be able to do that here. So here we have delivered count like that. So if I do that, and then let me go back to my, here you can be able to see that we are able to show that we have 2 users. We have delivered parcels here, and we have pending parcels, which is 1. So you can see how easy it is to show that. So I'm going to also make sure that I can show the data in my pie chart here. So let me try and do that. So here for the variable, for the value here, I can be able to choose something, or just display something like, let me just add something like users count, I think so. For pending, I can say pending count like that. And also here for the delivered, I can use delivered count. Let me see if I can do that and be able to show that. So yeah, you can be able to see that here we can show pending is 2. We have pending, which is 1, and maybe here we can show just users rather than rejected parcels. So here I'm going to come here and add users. So users like that. And then here we can say users count. So users count, as simple as that. So if I save this and then come back here, you can be able to see now we have users which are 2, we have pending parcel which is 2, and also we have pending parcel is 1, we have delivered parcel which is 2, and we have 2 users, and that information is just also being displayed up here. So that is it. And now what we are going to do, we are going to go to our front end here, and now we are going to make sure that we can be able to log in, because that is functionality that is very important. So let's do that, so that when a user come here, he can be able to enter the email and the password, and then when he or she is logged into our system, we can be able to see their parcels which they have sent there in our system. What we are going to do right here is to make sure that we can look at Redux toolkit, because that's where we are going to make sure that we add our, or that's where we need to make sure that we store our user when we fetch our user from our backend. When our user login, we are going to use Redux toolkit to be able to make sure that we can be able to store that user in our application, that is, so that we when also you reload, you cannot be able to lose that user information. So you can be able to see how you can be able to at least make sure that you install Redux toolkit and also Redux. So you need these two, you need Redux toolkit here and also React Redux. The other thing that in this we are going to need here is we are going to need to persist, so that when you reload that page, you won't be able to lose that user information in your application. So when user already or user reloads the application, he will or she will not be able to lose the information that is saved in that Redux. So we need also to know how to persist. So this one is for showing you how to use to be able to use the Redux toolkit. And also you can come here to usage guide and also other tutorials here. So for the tutorials also you can come here and learn more about Redux. So in this case, I'm not going to just show you everything about Redux. This one you'll be able to do on your free time. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to show you how to use Redux and also be able to persist the data using Redux. So I'm going to install several things. So let me come here and open my terminal here. So open a new terminal, and I'm going to also navigate to our front end. So let me just go to front end here, and then here I can be able to install. So let me see the packages that I will need, because I had already documented them here. We need React Redux. So let me just install React Redux just like that. We need React Redux. So the other thing that I'm going to need is Redux persist. So Redux persist here. And then also we are going to need another package which is at Redux.js toolkit. So even I can just be able to copy it like here. So let me just paste it here, and then let us install these packages. So these packages will help us to be able to have to be able to store our user in our users in our user in our application. So because if you think about it, and another place that you can store your user in your application is maybe local storage, but I don't think local storage is very secure. And also I think there are other methods that you can store your user in. So I'm going to close this, and also I'm going to just make sure that I close the admin, and now I can come to this the front end here. So actually the other thing that I'm going to make sure is to create the request method, because remember we have to make that request to our backend. So this one is a request method.js, and here we are going to come here to admin, and in the request method here we can be able to copy everything here, but remember we don't have like the Axios, so we need also to install the Axios in our front end. So let's open again let's try and open the terminal. So I'm going to also make sure that I close this admin here so that we can be able to have a space where we can work in. So if I open this and maybe select like this one here, I'm going to npm and then install this one. I don't know why it's not working the way I want, so I'm going to clear everything. So npm install and then Axios like that. So let's install this package here. And by installing this package, what we are going to do is that we are going to make sure that we can be able to use that package here, because right now, remember, in our front end we have not installed that we have not been able to install that package. So let me push this down. So now that is fine now. So the other thing, because now we have these request methods here, the other thing that I want to do right here is to make sure that I create a folder here, and this one we are going to have this folder and call it Redux, just like that. So here we can have now the Redux functionality in our application. And the first thing that we are going to do here is to create things that we need to have in a Redux. So if you have used Redux, you need to have you have to create a store. So the store is the main thing also, and you'll be able to create other things like slices. So let's do that. So inside this Redux here, we are going to create a user Redux, but if you want also to create other Redux, we can create, for example, if we want to store something like parcels in our Redux, we can always do that. So here we have this redux.js, and here this is where we are going to create reducers and also slice. So I'm going to import, first of all, let me import here. We are going to import from, now we are going to import from at Redux. So at Redux and toolkit, you can see this one here. So let's import that. The other thing inside here, we need to create slice. So we are going to have create slices. So you can be able to see this one, create slice. And inside here, that's where we are going to create our slice. So I'm going to have const and then user slice like that. And then here we can be able to just come and we have user slice, and then you can use now this function create slice. And inside here, this is a function that has object inside here. So we have an object inside here, and this is where we can be able to specify the name of that slice. So the name of our slice here is user. So if we had another slice, for example, for the product, we could have added here. So another thing that you need in that slice is initial state. So initial state here. So you can see even we have auto completion. So for initial state is also an object, and inside this object here, we can have, you are going to have something like current. Uh, so for example, current user. So we can have current user here. We are going to have the current user, and we are going to have it. The current user will be null to start with at initial state, and also we are going to have is fetching. So come if it's fetching. So if we are fetching, here also we are going to have false. So and we are also going to have error. So initial state we don't have error, so it is false. So after that, now we have the name. So in our slice we have the name, we have initial state, and the other thing that we need to have, we are going to have reducers, and you can be able to see those reducers right there. So here we can be able to have this also is an object, and here inside this object we can have now the reducers that we want. So these reducers are just like functions. So here is we have login start, and here we can take now the state of the login state, and then here we can be able, this is a function, And then inside here we can say something like state dot is fetching. So when the logging starts, the fetching here, so you can see the fetching, it will be false to start with. So let me just add here false. And then here we can have also the other one. So for example, we can have another reducer. So for this one will be login success if login is success, and that means that also the fetching will be false. But then again, here we need to say state dot current user like that will be actually assigned to action dot payload. So that is the information or the data of the user. And then also we are going to say something like, then here the state dot error will be false, because that means that we have not encountered any error. So here also we need to have a comma right there, so that we can see here we don't have this you can see here we don't have this error again. And also here I forgot to add action. So right here so the reducers here, you can see the function that we have here. We can have the state and also action. So for login success, that's when we have make sure that we have added the action, and then the action has payload, which is the data. So you can always imagine what the next function here will be, and that is login failure. So if we have our login has failed, so let's make sure that we have it here. So login failure, and yeah, this is our function also. So we have our function here. So let's do that. So if I do this here, we can have the state, and then also we can, let's come here and add that here. So inside here now, I think here you already know what we need. We need to have a state dot is fetching, and then here we can be able to have it as false because it is not fetching. The other thing is if we want to have the error, so state dot error here, it will be false. So like that. So now we have the last one, which is log out. So log out. So let's see log out here. So this one is also very simple. So here we need to have a state, and we are going to make sure that here we need also to have a comma. So, and then inside here now, what we are going to do is we are going to have the fetching to be false. So state dot is fetching will be false. Also something like maybe for example something like a state and dot error here will be also be false. And then we are going to have a state dot current user like that. This one we are going to give it to be null. That's why, because we need to remove that state or remove that current user from our Redux toolkit. So you can see here we have this user slice here. So we need to make sure that we are able to export these functions because we are going to need them. So let me just come here, and then also we are going to export const like that. And then here we can just make sure that we export some functions from users. So user slice dot actions like that. So, and then here now what we are going to do is to export them. So let's do that. So I'm going to export things like login failure, so you can be able to see them here. Login start, so this one, and then logout, and then things like we have logout, and then the other thing is login success like that. So these four here we need to make sure that we can be able to export them. So, and then the last thing that we need to do is to make sure also that we can export by default. So export default. So let me come here and add export and then default, and then here we are going to export user dot reducer, user slice dot reducer, like that. And then now we have our part here that is our user reducer. So if you wanted another slice, we could have created another file that is called maybe parcel reducer, and then when we fetch the data from our backend, we are going to store that in user our parcel reducer. But right now we don't need that. So the other thing that we need to do here is to create a store, because that is how the Redux works. So here we are going to have a store.js like that, and then here we are going to, because I had already prepared my code here, so I'm going to just paste it here. This is not something that is very complicated, so let me copy this. So I'm going to copy it until this part here. So let me copy it and then explain. So this like there. So whenever you are creating a Redux state and you are using Redux, you need to have a store, and this store here is for any state that you have, either is a user Redux or maybe a parcel Redux. So you need to have this. So the other thing that you need is to make sure that here, or the first thing that you need to make sure is to persist your Redux or your store, that is. And that's why you can see here I'm importing all this part here, all these persist store, persist reducer, flash, rehydrate, pause, persist, purge, and register from Redux persist. And then I'm importing the storage from Redux persist, live, and then also storage. So here, if you check here, we need first of all to make sure that we create this here persist config, and here we have the key, so which is route, and the version is 1, and then we give it a storage. So there is only one part that I want you to notice, and this is you can see here we have this configure store, but in the inside here reducer we have user, which we have given it persisted reducer, which if you check here, this is the persisted reducer. So you can be able to see it here, persist config, and then user reducer right here. So now that is it. I don't want to intend to make sure that this video is longer. So I don't want to explain more than this, because also this is something that you can go and learn about Redux and you'll understand what I'm talking about. So I'm going to close this page here. So another thing that I'm going to do here is now to create something that we call API calls. And then, so let me have a API calls here .js like that. And then inside here, so here for API calls, I'm going to import first of all Redux, or just the public request, sorry, public request. You can be able to see it there. The other thing that I'm going to import is now the function that we have in our user reducer, because now we are going to use it. So import that in, and we are going to import from, now we are going to import from, let me just add here user reducer, this one. And here we are going to import several things. For example, we are going to import login failure. So login failure, the other thing that also login success, and the other thing that we are going to have is login start. So like that. So now let's create now the function that will help us to log in our system, and then so export it. So we are going to have export here, and then const, let me just make sure that I have a space here, and then login like that. And in here we can have now first of all async, because this one will be asynchronous here. So And then here we are going to have now the functionality for logging in. So we are going to have try catch. So try catch. So try catch. So try catch. And then inside here, what we are going to do is that we are going to accept first thing. So we are going to accept dispatch, and then dispatch is, it should be coming from user reducer or Redux, sorry. So this one is dispatch and then user. We are going to pass it here. So this one, we are going to have a const response, and then we are going to make a public request to now the dot post, and then here we are going to make the request to auth and then login here, and then we are going to pass in now the user. And this function, it will be able to make sure that when you do that, it will save that user in our Redux, and it will persist that user. And I'm going to show you how to use that. So here I'm going to use now the dispatch. So the dispatch here, we are going to have a dispatch, and using dispatch, we are going to have a login success. So login success here. And remember, because login success, we need to pass in now the data, which is res.data here. So the other thing is here we can console log, or maybe first of all things that we can do is to dispatch, sorry, we can be able to dispatch login failure. So login failure here, so like that. And also up here, we need also to make sure that we can be able to just make sure that I call dispatch, and then here we can say login start like that, and then that is okay now. So we have login start, and then we have actually this one. Yeah, I think it's just okay. We can leave it here. So now we can use this login function here to be able to log in, because this function will be able to, we are going to just send dispatch from Redux, and then the user, the information here, and this one will be able to save that user in our login, in our Redux toolkit, and also persist. So the only thing that we have not done is that we have not done one simple thing, and that is coming to this main JS here, and there are some things that we need to change here. So when using Redux and Redux toolkit, you need to first of all make sure that here in the main.jsx, you need to import things like provider. So import provider from, you need to import provider from React Redux. So you can be able to see it here. So here we need to have provider. So you can see the provider here. So the other thing that we need to import is store. So import, we need to import from, first of all, we need to import from, let's go to the Redux. So here we are going to Redux. So I think Redux is right here. And then also we are going to import now. This we are going to import from Redux, and then store. You can be able to see the store here. And inside here, we need to import something like store, first of all. And also we need to get persister. So you can see we are exporting persisters from Redux and then store. So the other thing that we also need to do here is to import now the persist get. So import the persist get. So persist get from now persist, and then integration, and then React here. So that's something that we need to do. So in here now, we need to make sure that inside here we can be able to make sure that we just wrap this in this app. We need to at least make sure that we wrap it using the provider. So here provider, so let me just make sure that I have a provider here. So we wrap our the whole application here using provider, and also inside provider now we are going to use persist get right there, like that. And then now inside here after persist get, now this where we can have like this react, if it is this react strict mode, and also we can remove this, and just remove it like that. And then you are going to be left with this. We have wrapped our application using provider and persist get. But here we need also to have our store. In our provider, we need to add our store, which is the store that we have from the Redux toolkit, or from our store, sorry. So the other thing here in our persist get, also we need to have some things like loading. So loading here will be set to null, like that. And also we are going to have something like persister persist persister, like that. So here we need to have a persister. So now let's make sure that we can be able to format my code here. So here I think we have one error. So this is here from React. So remove that React, and I think now this is okay. So I think let's go back into our application and see if it has any error. So it is loading, and I think it should not have any error. So, and then after that, now we can go to login and be able to log in using the information that we are going to collect from the email input and password input. So what we are going to do right here is to make sure that now we can be able to log in. And to do that, so let's close everything that we have here and open our login page. So let's do that. And here in our pages, we are going to have this login. And the other thing that we need to do here is to create here we are going to create the state for our email. So let's have email here, and then also we are going to have set email, and then here we can have use state. You just use state, and then we have the text here, and then you can see this is an empty text. So also we need to have like for password, so const, and then here we have password, and then also we can have set password, like that. And then this one is use state. So use state here, and then here we can have that empty text, like that. So here I want to show you how we can be able to collect those information from our inputs, and this will be very simple. For example, this one here for the email here, as you can see. So we are going to have an onChange event here. So onChange, and then here we can be able to say we get the event, and then here we are going to have set. So you can see set email, and then here we can have e.target, and then dot value, like that. And this will be able to get our data from this part, or this input that is called, so for the email, that is. So for the password here also we are going to do the same. So here we are going to have on change, and here we can have event, and then for this event here we can set now the password. So password, and also we can have e.target, and then dot value, like that. So as simple as that. So we have those the email and the password. So the other thing that we need to do here is we are going to have a function here. So on click, because this is the event that we are going to need. And here, this one is handle, let's call it handle login, like that. And then I'm going to copy this. Let me copy that, and then I'm going to come up here, and then we are going to create a function here. So let me do that. I'm going to have this one here, like that. So here we need to have as async, like that. So the other thing that we need to do here is we are going to first of all check if we have email. So if we have email and password, because we don't want to just send something that is something that maybe we don't have any email, or somebody has not inputted any value in the email input and password input. So here we are going to now try catch here, and then here we are going to try and make sure that we are able to log in. So the first thing that you are going to do is to await, and then I'm going to use login. So login here should be coming from, so let me see, we are going to get the login from now the API calls. So let me just import it. So we are going to import here, let me import login. So actually let me see if I can be able to get it. So from, now we are going to import it from the Redux. So let me just come up here to the Redux, and then we are going to import it from API calls. So we are going to import login, you can see it there. And also the other thing that we need to import or to be able to use is let me just come here and import. So you're going to import like use dispatch. So use dispatch here. So let me first of all make sure that I import it from, so you're going to import it from React Redux, and you are going to need, so dispatch here. And the other thing that we are going to have is use selector here. So let me first of all make sure that I create the dispatch. So const dispatch right there, and then this one is coming from use dispatch function, like that. I think this is the way it should be as I read from the documentation. So this is the dispatch, and this is from now use dispatch. So here we are going to have now the login. So the login here, and here as we are waiting this one, we are going to pass now the dispatch. So sorry, so we are going to have the dispatch, we are going to pass in the dispatch, and the other thing that we are going to pass is the email and password, like that. And then also we can come back here to where we have the error and be able to maybe console log. So console log the error, like that. So I don't want this video to be longer than this, now that we have actually made sure that in our login here we are able to create that function. So if you have reached here, just make sure that you are able to try and see if you can be able to log in. So in the next video we are going to continue from here and see how we can be able to display now the user's information after they have logged in. So actually also again I'm going to make sure to show you to use selector here to be able to select a certain slice, for example for our slice which is user. So that is it. I don't want this video to be longer than this. See you in the next video. Remember to subscribe to my YouTube channel and also like this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified the next time I upload a new video. Hello and welcome to V8 TechWorks. I'm so glad if you have come to this far, because I think this video will be the last video in this project as we are going to finish our integration in our project. So in the last video, we looked at how we can be able to use Redux toolkit to be able to store the user who has logged in, and we are going to continue from there, and I'm going to show you how you can be able to access that user, because you need to use that information to maybe show the user the information that they have and anything like that. So what we are going to do, let's continue from where we have, and what we are doing in every video, at the start of every video, is that we are pushing our code to our GitHub. But in this video I'm going to push my code after I have finished everything, because this will be the last video. Another thing is that I saw other people also concerned about me integrating OTP in this application, but for the restriction of the project that I have and so many other things that are following me, I won't be able to integrate OTP in this project, because also there are other people who are pressuring me to finish this project. So if you want me to just implement OTP for you, you can just email me. Of course, it will be have a small charge for that, but it won't be a much very big money, and I will just be able to integrate OTP in this project. So now what we are going to do is that now we are going to start from where we left yesterday or in the last video. And if you have not watched the last video, kindly go back and make sure that you have watched the other videos so that we be on the same page. So let's continue. In our last video here, you can see we had input where we corrected the emails and the password. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click here, right click, and also go to inspect, where we are going to open our console so that I want to display the user when we already, or when we logged in, we are already logged in. So let's do that. So I'm going to get into this part here that we are having our logic for login, this login page here. And what we are going to do to be able to see the user who has been logged in, we are going to just use a use selector. So use selector here from Redux, React Redux here. And also the other thing that I want to create here, I want to make sure that I have a loading state so that we can be able to show, or to just show the user that they are on login process. So here I'm going to say set loading, like that. And then this one we are going to use state hook here, like that. And then here we can just say false. So this is false here, like that. So now let's come here first of all and make sure that we have try in here where we are trying to log in. First thing, we need to set the loading to be true, because we need to start loading, or we need to start logging. And when we have successfully logged in, we are going to make sure that we set loading here to be false, that is. And also when we have an error, we need also to make sure that we set the loading to be false. So set loading to be false here, like that. So another thing that I want to do here, is I'm going to check here in API calls and make sure that you have added a wait here in where we are doing the request. So make sure that you have a wait. In the last video, I noticed that I forgot to add a wait here, but I had a sync. So make sure that you have added a wait here. So now after this, now let us use selector to be able to show us the user. So I'm going to make sure that I come here and create a variable so called user, and we are going now to use selector here. So let's use selector. So from React Redux, so use selector here. And the first thing that you need to do to use selector is that you select the state, and then we can be able to select the slice of that state. So for example here, our slice here is state.user, or user, that is. So that's why we are going to do state.user. But right here you can be able to just select anything. If you have so many slices, or you have several slices, if your slice, you call your slice maybe something like a product. Let me show you. If you come here in your store, you will be able to see that actually it's not this one. This use Redux here. You can be able to see that here the name of this slice is user. If we called it something like a person, we could have also, and we want to access the data that we have put in the person, or we have added on the person state, or the slice, we are going to use dot parcel, that is. So the other thing that I want to get is the error. So to get the error here, so let me copy this. And also if we want to get error, so that means that here we have the error, we can be able to use this state, and then also going to add error here, so that we can be able to access that. Because if you check here in user Redux, you'll be able to see that here we have error. So that's how you can be able to access the error. So here I want to make sure that I can be able to show you like the user when the user has been logged in. So I'm going to use console.log, and here I can use user like that, and then here we are going to use this current user because this is where we are setting our user. So if I come here, you'll be able to see when the login is accessed, you can be able to see we are actually making sure that we set the user in this current user here. So that's why we are going to select current user here so that we can be able to see our user. So if I do that, I'm going to save this, and let's try and reload here so that you'll be able to see that we don't have any user who has been logged in. So if I do that, you can see here up here this is null. So this is from login page here, login.jsx. So let's try and log in, and right here in our postman, I had already have my email, and I had also tried to log in. So if I copy this here like that, and then I'm going to paste it here like that, and then also I'm going to have my password. So this password here, so let me copy this, my password like that, and then try and paste it here like that. So I'm going, when you try and log in here, you'll be able to see that we have now the user. You can see the information of this user, including things like access token. So I'm going to close this because now we can be able to see that we have successfully logged in, and we have put this information in our Redux toolkit or Redux. So I'm going to actually, if also you reload here, you'll be able to see that also you'll be able to see that user, because that user we have we are able to persist that user. Because if we have not persist the user, when you reload, that user would be also be gone. That is, so I'm going to close this, and now the other thing that I want to make sure is that when you log in, you need to be directed to my parcels page. So let's do that. So here I'm going in I'm going to get navigate. So let me import here. I'm going to import navigate from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM here, and then here I want something that I call navigate. So this one here, and now inside here, so let me come down here in where we have the login. The first thing that I want to show here, if I, for example, let me just cut this, and here I don't want to show login when the user is in a login process. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say loading. If there is a loading, then I want to show loading here. So loading like that. So but if we don't have if login is false, then we can show login like that. So as simple as that. That is very simple. So the other thing that I want to show is that if we have user, so if we have user, so user dot current user like that, then what we are going to show, or what we are going to do right here, is that we are going to navigate to let me just use now navigate simple as, let me just use navigate here. So navigate, and we are going to navigate, so we are going to navigate to my parcels. So navigate here to my name, my parcels like that. So as simple as that. So let me see where the problem is here. You can see there's a problem here. So we need also, because this is a ternary operation, so we need also to make sure that we can add that, so that else then you don't have to do anything. Or else also you can use here, if you don't want to do that, you can just add this these two up signed, or and then remove this. So whenever what you want and what you think is okay, you can use that. Also, the other thing and the last thing that we need to do here is to make sure if we have error. So if we have error here, we can be able to show, we are going to be able to show that error, that is. So here we can add something like a span, and then here you can be able to show anything. So for example, here we can say please make sure that you have used correct email and password, correct email and also password here. And also if you have registered, you can actually you can write anything that you want there. And here you can just show something, or you can use text that is red. So here I can say text, and then red, here I can use something like 500. I think that's okay. So if I have that, so I can save that, and I can come here, and you can see now we are able to log in like that, because now we have been navigated. We cannot be able to go to login, because when we go to login, we'll be navigated back to my parcels, because we already have logged in. You can see that. So that is how you make sure that you are logged in. So the other thing that I want to have here, right here, is that now we are going to be able to show this my parcels here. So let me do that. So here we are going to show the parcels of that user who have logged in. And if you check here for Postman, you can see get parcels for user, and you see that you need to send like an email, and then you are going to get all the parcels for that user. So that is very simple. So because the first thing that you need to do is to make sure that we can use selector. So let me open here my parcels, and I'm going to use selector here. So copy this line of code here to import use selector. So let me copy that, and I'm going to use it here in my parcels. So let me come up here. I'm going to add that React Redux there. And then the other thing, because here we are going to use dispatch later on. So I'm going to copy here some things. So for example, for the user, I'm going to copy the user here. And also I can just copy all of them. These 3 lines of code. I'm going to copy them, and then I'm going to paste them inside here like that. And then also I'm going to remove this here like that, and then I can be able to format my code now like that. So let's see what we are going to do right here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to fetch the data. So let me come here and add another state. So here we are going to have a state of parcels, and then here set parcels here like that. And then here we are going to use state, and state we are going to have initially it will be just an empty array just there. So this is parcels. So another thing that you are going to do here is you are going to use effect. So use effect right here, and here we are going to have we are going to have just a function there, callback function. And inside here we don't have dependencies unless we use something like user dot current user, something of the sort, but we don't have dependencies for now, so I'm not going to use it right there. So here I'm going to just come and maybe create another function. So already you know how we able to just fetch the data. So this one will come here. We are going to have that function here. So this one is async, so because it will be a async function. So another thing here is that we are going to call it get parcels here for the user like that. And then inside here now we are going to have try catch. So let's have try catch here like that. Now inside here we are going to have const response, and then here it will be await like that. And then we are going to have a public request. So public request, you can be able to import that. And here we are going to, this one is a post request, and then here we are going to go to the route that is parcels, and then /me, like that. And then here we can be able now to use the email. So I'm going to have the email here and then the email that I'm going to use is from the logged in user. So now the logged in user is, you're going to access the email as user.currentuser.email. So .email, like that. So as simple as that. And then after that, now I'll be able to use now the response that I'm going to get to set now the parcels here. So this one will be res.data, like that. Simple as that. So I can be able to do that here, and also I can be able to console log here for the error. So simple as that. And then here I can be able to save this. So format the data here, or the code. So here you can be able to see email, and then we can have current user.email. So here I can be able to show or try and console log the parcels. So parcels, like that. And then let's see if we can get those parcels. So if I come back here and open my console, so console here, you can be able to see if we are going to get that. You can see here already we are going to have two parcels. You can see the first parcel here, and then we are going to have the second parcel here. So it is working. So I'm going to come back here, and we are going to make sure that we display that now inside here. So let me just come back here in my code or in my application, and you can see we have these three. So now we don't need to have all of this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut from here. So let me cut this one. So from here until I think here, this will be okay. So I'm going to cut it like that. And also I'm going to remove from this one. So let me just remove it from here up to here. So that we are going to have only one. So like that. So let me save that, and then if I come back here, you can see we have one. So we need to just have this structure of our parcel, and then we are going to loop through the array of our parcel and display those parcels here. So first thing first, before that I need to wrap this. So let me copy or cut this, all of this until I think here. I think that would be okay. Yeah. So here I need to display the information inside here, which is very simple. So here we are going to get the parcels, and then from the parcels here I'm going to use the loop or the map function, that is high order array method. So this is we are going to get parcel right there, and then also we can get index, like that. Also let's come here and now also now return this this parcel, like that. Or maybe let me go back and have this like that. I don't know why it is giving me this error. Yes, it's giving me this error because saying missing key prop for element in iterator. So that is very simple to correct that, because that means we need to add key prop here. So I'm going to add key, and then here I can be able to add this key to be to assign it to an index, so that when it loops it will be given a different key. So that is it. So if I also go back here, you'll be able to see that there are two. And that's because it is looping twice, because we only have two parcels. So here I can be able to display now the information. For example, this one here, we can just show parcel. So parcel dot from. So parcel dot from here. Also here is we are going to show the weight here. So let's do that. So we have parcel here, parcel dot weight, like that. And here also we can show the date. So let's do that. So here we have parcel dot weight, and then also the date, sorry. So this one is date, and here we are going to show the sender. So let me come here, and here we are having parcel dot sender name, like that. And here also we are going to show to which destination. So this means that we have parcel, so parcel dot to, like that. So if I do this and then come back here, be able to see that it shows the it is able to show like the data that we have in our database. So here for the date, I'm not able to see like the date. I think this one, these two here doesn't have we don't have the date. So yeah, you can see these two doesn't have date, but it's okay. You can add the date in which ones that you like. So then the other thing that I want to do is to make sure that I display here several things. So let's do that. So inside here, what I can do is that I can make sure that I use different styling. So let me do that. So if I, for example, remove this, so inside here I can be able to just say if a parcel here, parcel, and then dot status, if status is equals to 1, that means that that is pending. Then we are going to use, then here we are going to use different styling. So I'm going to just add that styling here. So let me just this one won't be, you're not going to use green. Here we are going to use like a dark color. So this one will be just 555, like that. And else, that means it will be delivered. And then let me just come here, and then after that I can be able to add now the other styling, like that. So as simple as that. So now that will show us like it is let me just also remove this, and inside here, if parcel is equals to, so here if parcel dot status is equals to 1, that means we are going to show here our parcel is pending, so pending. But if it's not 1, then that means it's delivered, so it's delivered, like that. You can check for me the what we are calling like the logic, and see if it is correct, and also you can change the logic to be correct. So if I save this, so let me come back here and see where we are getting the error. So see where the error is, and it's because we have not used like this dispatch here. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see that they are delivered, and that's because they have a status that is not 1. So if I come here, you'll be able to see the status is 3, and also here the status is 3. So that means all of them are delivered. But if you change like the status to be 1, that means they won't be delivered. So here I want to use this here on logout. So I'm going to add on click here, and what I'm going to do here is I want to log out. So I'm going to add on click here, and I'm going to create a function here called logout, and this one will do the functionality for logging out. So let me just come up here, and let me just create that function here. So const, and then here I'm going to create a function. So this function here, we are going to make sure that we can be able to log out using this function. So what to do here is I'm going to say dispatch, like that, and then here I'm going to log out, like that. So I'm going to import the function here from Redux. So Redux, user Redux, that is. And then after that, now this one will be able to also navigate us. So I'm going to use navigate. So let me just see if I can be able to use navigate. So navigate from React Router DOM, like that. And then this one, we are going to actually what we can do is that here, we can be able to use navigate in a different way. So let me show you how you can be able to use navigate. So for navigate here, we are going to use here, rather than navigate here, we are going to use navigate like that, and then here we are going to add here const, and then navigate here. We are going to now accept use navigate like that, and then now inside here, now we are going to use navigate navigate, and then using that navigate, we are going to navigate to login like that, as simple as that. So if I do that now, we are going to try and test our application. So if I come back here and log out, you can be able to see that we have gone back to login here, and I don't know what the problem is this button here, login, but you can correct it. So let me just come back here and let me see. So if I just use I'm going to log in here, and I use this email, this my email here. But before that, I remembered something. So if you have not logged in and try and to access something like, let's say, something like parcel 123 here, yeah, you can see that you are able to access that, but we don't want that. So to prevent that, I'm going to show you something. So let's show you some. So to do that, to prevent the pages that you don't want to navigate to when you have not logged in, what you can do is that you need to come here to app.jsx, and inside here, what you can do is that you can be able to, first of all, I need to make sure that I use this use selector here. So let me copy this. Yeah, because I want to get the user and make sure that we are checking for user before we navigate to a different page. So I'm going to remove this because we only need use selector here. So, and then let me come here to login also and make sure that I use this here for the user. So I'm going to copy like that. Also, I'm going to paste it inside here in our function so we can use it. So here it is very simple. For example, when you can be able to see the home page and login page here, but when you have not logged in, but we don't want you to be able to access these my parcels here. So what we are going to do is that we are going to make sure that also you can just remove that. And first of all, we need, before we show you this element or the page, we need to check for user.current user, and if there is an user, if there is user, then we can be able to show, we can be able now to show that a page. But if we don't have, then you need to be navigated back. So we are going to use navigate. So from React Router DOM, so this one, so let me auto import it. So we need to auto import it here. So navigate like that, and then we can be navigated to, let's come here to, so you need to be navigated back to login. So login like that, as simple as that. So let's also make sure that we do the same for the other pages. So if I copy this now, because this is simple and I want to save some time. So if I do that and then come back here, we are going to make sure that this one is now the parcels page. So parcels page like that. And also for this one here, actually this one, it is sorry, this one is parcels. Actually this is parcel, not parcels. So, and then this one is for parcels. So I'm going to just make sure that I add here parcel. So like that. So you can see how simple it is. So you need to first of all check if we have user logged in. So if I come back here now and try to go to that page, so for example the parcels here, this page here, cannot be able to see it. You can see you are being redirected back to login. So until you log in, that's when you can be able to show, or we are going to be able to see that page. So I'm going to copy this here, and I'm going to paste it here. Again, I want to log in again. So also here for this one here. So let me copy that, and I'm going to use it here like that. And then when I log in now, I can be able to log in now, and then now I can be able to access that page right here. If I come here and go to parcel like that and go to this here, you can be able to see now, we can be able to see that page. So what I want is to make sure that when you click here, you go to that, you can be able to go to that page, and then we are going to show the information in that page of a detailed parcel. So let me come back to my parcels here, and I want to wrap everything. So here, from here and up to here, I want to make sure that I use the link here from now React Router DOM. So link. So let me just use a link from React Router DOM. So I'm going to use it. Let me see if I have already imported it. Yes. So here I want to make sure that I add now here. So I'm going to have here. So let me now use backtick here, and I want to go to parcel, and here I want to just make sure that I go to also use the parcel or parcel dot underscore ID, so that I go to that page. So here you can see, actually it's not here. Don't know why I've done it here. So let me just remove everything here. It should not be here, it is here. Sorry for that. So I want to remove this here, all of this until here like that, and then we are going to wrap this now. So let me wrap this in a link like that. So let me make sure that now I can be able to add everything here, so that we wrap up everything here. So I need to remove, actually need to remove this key index here, key prop here, and then I'm going to add it here. So key, and then here this is index, and then here this is where we are going to have or to navigate to. Now let me use these curly braces and backtick. Here we are going to go to parcel, and then the ID of that parcel, which is parcel, which is let me use interpolation. So parcel, and then that underscore ID like that. And then now we are going to go to that route. So if I save this and then try and go to that page, you can see now we are going to be able to go to this page. But if you check here also, you can see the ID of that. You can be able to pass the ID here on our route. So let's go to this page where we have detailed information about that parcel. So it is right here, and inside here we need to use something like use location to get the ID. First thing that I need to do is to get now the ID. So to get the ID, I'm going to use location, use location. So here is use location, and then this one is from React Router DOM like that. And then now I'm going to, you can see we have imported it up there. And then the other thing that I'm going to do to get now the ID, so I'm going to have the parcel ID here. So this one I'm going to get it from now location, and then we are going to have the path name, and then we are going to split that path name like that with using a forward slash, and then we are going to get the second element there. And then using now this ID, we can be able to fetch our data. So to do that, I'm going to use effect here, and then remember use effect has a two argument, which are the this function and then dependency. So we have dependency here, dependency we can use parcel ID. So when the parcel ID now use effect hook here will be recalled. So here we can have a function, so get parcel function, this one here. So let's add it here like that, and then we are going to call it here down, also get parcel function like that. Here this one will be async, and then inside here now we can be able to try catch. So try and then catch inside here. We can use const response, and then here we can use await, and then public request. So public request here you can be able to import it like that, and then this one will be get, and then this one we are going to access the route, or we are going to send the route to these parcels, and then find like that. And then here we can add, now we can add the parcel, let me have parcel ID like that. So we can be able to fetch now that parcel using that. But also we need to have here, we need to have a state that will hold our parcel. So here this one will be parcel, and then set parcel like that. So this one will be use state, like here you can be able to import it like that, and then here we can be able to add this one will be variable like that, or will just be an object, sorry. So here I can be able to use set parcel, so set parcel here, and then here we can have res.data like that, and then here we can console log, and just console.log, and then you can be able to show the error here like that. And then the other thing that you need to do now, we can be able to display that information here. So from here we can be able to show from here, so the parcel dot from, also for the weight here. So we need to have a parcel dot to, or dot weight, sorry, dot weight. We are going to have the date here. So parcel, let me just come here, parcel dot date, and also for the name here of the sender, this one will be parcel. So parcel dot sender name, also the other thing that we need to do here is to have parcel, and then to, also the other thing here is the cost. So here we can have parcel dot to dot cost, and also here we can have the recipient name. So this one will be parcel dot recipient name like that. Also the ID here, the track ID will be here, will be parcel dot underscore ID. This one will be dot underscore ID like that. And then here we are going to show the note. So this one will be parcel dot note like that. And then I think down here now we can be able to show the status that I used in the previous here. So let me copy this. So I'm going to copy everything inside here, and I'm going to paste it here because it's the same thing. So let me paste it here like that, and then that is okay now. So if I save this and go back, be able to see that we cannot be able to get the information here. I don't know why. So that means that, let me just come up here. Don't know why we are not able to get that information. So this one is from the parcels, and then find. So I don't know why we cannot be able to get, actually I know why, because we have not added / here. So let's add / here like that, and then if I save this and come back, we'll be able to see now the information here, can be able to fetch it. And also I want to change here several things. For example, for the sender email here, so let me just come here and I'm going to have sender dot let me say sender email, like that. So sorry, this one will be parcel, sorry. So parcel dot that, and then here we are going to have a parcel. So we are going to have a parcel dot recipient email, like that. So that is very simple. So if I come back here, you can be able to see even the information here. So I think I have only one page that I have been left with to show all the parcels down here. So this will be very simple, and you can go ahead and pause this video and do it yourself. And this, because this will be a very simple task because of everything that I have shown you. And if you are not confident to do that, let's go and look it together. So I'm going to get here to the parcel. So here we are going to now make sure that we also use this, where we have like maybe the parcels, and then we are going to copy some things here and change other things. So here I'm going to copy this, like this state. So let me copy this and then paste it here, like that. And then here we can be able to make sure that we import several things here. So import this one, use state. And then the other thing is that we can be able to use effect. So let me come here and use effect here. So if I do that, so maybe because this will be almost the similar thing, so let me copy that and paste here. I need to import use effect, so let me do that. So use effect, you can be able to import it like that. Also we need to get our user, so let me just come back here, and we are going to use selector here. So use selector, copy that code here, and then also make sure that we paste it here, right there. So use selector there, and I think now we can be able to use it, or to get the user using this line of code here. So let me copy that and add it here. So as simple as that. And also we are going to remove this use dispatch, because I'm not going to use dispatch there. So you have this, we need also to just import this public request, like that. And then the other thing that we need here, I think we have everything that we need here. So we have our parcels here. So what we are going to do is that we are going to just remove these rows here. So because we are not going to need it again, because we are fetching our data now from our database. So remove this, and inside here we are going to now get the parcels. So parcels, so we are going to use parcels, like that. And remember, the other thing that you need to do for when you are using data grid is that you need to get row ID. So you need to get row ID, like that. And then here we are going to have the row, and then we are going to return row dot underscore ID, like that. So as simple as that. Let's see if it will work. And if I come back here, you'll be able to see that we have these two. And here we cannot be able to show the information, and this is very simple. This is because we need to change here. The name here should be the recipient name. Actually not, yeah, there, you need to change that. And when you come back here, you can be able to see that those names there. The other thing is that here we need also to make sure that it is underscore ID, not ID, so that we can be able to show that ID here. So you can see how simple it is. You can also be able to show this full name here, and to show it there, what you can do is that inside here, let me just show you. So here we have let me show you, we have this name here, we have this name here. So what you can do here is you can be able to use user, because now we have user, and then current user, and then dot full name, like that. And then that is Okay, now, so if I come back here, you'll be able to see that this one is James. And also for this part here, you can do that. So let's come here to my parcels, and where we have hard coded our name. So let's come here to where we have hard coded our name here. So what we can do is we can use user.current user, like that, and then we are going to use full name, like that. So as simple as that now. So if I come back here, you'll be able to see now this name. When you click here, you can be able to just go to my parcels. Also, you can go back, you can be able to see this information, like that, as simple as that. So I think now my application is almost complete. So I have only one part that I want to address, and that is the part where you need to just make sure that you send the token. And I'm going to show you how to be able to send your token to the backend so that it can be verified by me. So what we do here, even before I do that, there's one of my subscriber who had already complained about this logo here not aligning with our sidebar. So we can do that very fast. So what you need to do here, you can come to this part where we have a navbar, and what you can do here is to change this and add it to maybe 20, padding to be 20 right there. And then when we come back, so that is it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to push the code as I promised. So I'm going to come here and maybe first of all make sure that I have branches. So my branch, so git branch here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to git and then commit here, and then make sure that I add, let me first of all make sure that I add everything here, like that, and then I'm going to commit. So let me commit here. So I think now here I can be able to say finished the project. So finish the project, like that, and then yeah, I'm going to push now my code. So git push origin and then integration. So integration, like that, and then I like that, and then I can be able to make sure that I push, so like that, and then that is over now. So we have pushed it like that. So if I come here to my GitHub, so this one, I'm going to see now that notification. So let me come here to repos, and then let me just maybe make sure that we have this repo here, and notification for pull request. So if I do that, you'll be able to see that we have compare and pull request here. I can be able to just compare and create a pull request. So if I do that, you'll be able to now merge. So it's checking for ability to merge, and then now I can merge pull request and confirm merge, and that is it. So the other video that I'm planning to release is a video on how to deploy full stack application, and also I want to show you, also I'm going to show you also how you can be able to use Linux, because Linux is very important when you are trying to deploy a full stack application, because you'll find that most virtual private servers or VPSs, and they use Linux, and then so that means that you need to know a little bit of Linux. It's not complicated, so I'm going to show you that in future videos. So thank you if you have come this far. Remember to subscribe to this YouTube channel and also like this video.